Alrighty, and we are live. Thank you all for tuning in, and welcome back to Kingless Chronicle. Last time, the party got up to some final little shenanigans. Gildos tried to antagonize the Red Dragonborn. Delon went and spoke to the healers at the Healer's Den, as well as the Priestess of Amor. Bub just kept training in the background. He's literally just in the hyperbolic time chamber, just trying to perfect Super Saiyan 2 over there.
Super Saiyan 1.
I'm gonna suddenly
I
come
know.
back as an 11-year-old kobold and be in my teen form.
He's gonna come back 11 years old with blonde scales and green
I'm
eyes.
just waiting to hit like level 10 and all of a sudden like I'm large size. Get my crazy draconic buffs.
I'm a lizard man now.
Be such a nerf.
Bub just becomes medium-sized.
I'll be a nerf actually.
At level
These
13,
balls
he
are
becomes
nerf,
medium-sized and gains a fly speed. Without needing to wild shape. But alrighty. Party's been getting up some shenanigans, and they met with, they went to the lake, interacted, tried to re-trigger the same circumstances that Gildos encountered. Eventually they managed to mostly replicate them. So they made their way to a forgotten temple and time as well. Eventually the party wandered around and ended up bumping into a secret area where they encountered the goddess of knowledge and thoughts, Io. They asked multiple different questions. Then, once they were finished, Io transported them out of the realm and back onto the beach, where there were some final closing moments, and they went on their way, returning to Delon's uncle's family home to rest. And we pick up the morning after. So, as you're all resting, you awaken within your beds within Delon's family home, uncle's family home. You smell delicious food in the air. It seems like breakfast has been made very fresh once again. As you all leave your rooms, finishing your morning preps, if there's anything specific you want to do for your morning prep, you can go ahead and mention that essentially. But as you make your way out of your rooms essentially for the morning, you see that the breakfast table is quite lavishly laid out. Lady Fearlore is sitting there. Kirillai is near her. Bernard is at the other head of the table. The children are there as well. You can all, and it's just a smorgasbord of breakfast foods essentially. As you walk in, Lady Fearlore waves you over, gestures to the table for you all to sit down. Please, please, sit down. I have made a wonderful breakfast for us all.
Well, as I sit down, I will just say, good morning, everyone. Ugh.
Yorm just gives a nod. Morning. Tulio literally yawns. Morning. Ophelia nods. Good morning. Eleanor just sort of nods with a smile. Good morning. Uncle Bernard just gives a wave. Morning.
Delon will appear and nod. Morning.
Ah, Delon, sit, sit. We've got quite the lovely spread of breakfast foods this morning.
Looks so. It looks delectable. Thank you.
As you sit down, Kirillai looks at, basically takes a bite of some pastry, chews, swallows, and puts it back down. Enjoy the breakfast. We actually get to enjoy it.
Mhm.
Due to the increased healing at the temple last night, we've been given a 24-hour respite, so we're choosing to stay in tonight. Stay in today.
Well, that's good. You were working very hard, last I saw in the ward.
Lady Firalore nods in response. Yes, we were quite busy. It was lovely to see you, however.
Hmm.
Well, I would have helped a bit, but I think half of your patients would not have wanted my help anyway.
See, Kirillai just gives a little grin. No, I imagine not.
Oh well. Too bad for them.
Indeed.
Bernard cuts a sausage and puts it on a fork essentially and points briefly across the table before speaking. So tell me, how have you been enjoying your time in Lunaria? Before he takes a bite of food.
Hmm.
I mean, it's been a pleasant time. And especially considering what lies not even that far out. Really, after the relative inhospitality of the High Elves in the secrecy of the Drow, it was a nice change of pace. Just being able to enjoy ourselves like essentially like we want to.
See, as Uncle Bernard nods. That's good, very good. Glad this has been cathartic for you all. City of Lunaria is quite nice, if I do say so myself.
Let's see. Timeline wise, when is this? Like, this is like after I've studied for a number of days.
Yes, essentially. This
I'm
is
just
at
trying
the
to be clear with
conclusion of that. This is essentially the morning after the meeting with Io.
Mhm.
And you finished
Okay.
your studying at this time, essentially.
Got it. Okay. Just being clear about that.
Yeah.
I honestly, if the need arose, I would have sent you a message anyway. So don't worry about that.
All right. So, Bub's just gonna be like, all right, I can study primordial anywhere in the world now. I'm ready to be an emissary of nature here now.
See, as Kirillai raises an eyebrow. Oh? You can study primordial anywhere in the world. That's quite the feat.
Yeah. You just gotta know where to find the elementals.
I see. Tell me more.
Well, and I'm basically gonna explain like how there's the different type of elementals and their temperaments. And depending on their element, they have different attitudes, and so you kind of approach them differently.
Fascinating.
Yeah, so it's pretty fun. So that means that I can do something on the road now.
You're becoming a diplomat. Good on you.
Yeah. Although elementals are very different than people.
I'll say so.
Yeah, they're a lot more trustworthy, for one. Bub says while sitting next to Tulio.
Tulio just grins into his cup as he drinks, essentially. He makes no
Actually,
comment,
He
essentially.
probably agrees with me.
He probably
Probably,
does.
well, then actually, Bob, what makes you say that then?
Hmm? Oh,
Why
well,
are
it's very
elementals
simple.
wrong?
Elementals follow exactly the orders they are given forever.
Uh-huh. So you're saying if we were doing everything according to the law without any questions or doubt or anything, we'd be more trustworthy.
Yeah, if it's nature's law.
Makes a certain amount of sense. That's why people are so distrustworthy. People are very selfish. They love to get what they want.
Well, you would know, wouldn't you?
Well, you see, it's very simple. The kobolds have had this figured out since they were created. If you just fulfill your purpose along with all the other people who are created for that purpose, then there's very little conflict.
Never change, Bob. Never change.
Kobolds master race, let's go.
Okay,
Hmm.
go back to your handheld, you drone.
I'm just waiting till the day where I get to create my own kobolds, and then this game will have ascend to heights you heretofore haven't imagined nor anticipated.
Yorm just kind of shakes his head. Not quite sure I agree with that. Man should pick his own choice, and he should follow it through.
Hmm, hmm.
While following within the realms of the law, of course.
Lawful neutral.
Yorm, as I believe, chaotic good with lawful tendencies, essentially.
So neutral good. Dun, dun, dun.
He's too chaotic for that, essentially.
Man, lawful neutral is the second best alignment, right after lawful evil. I really like lawful good as well, but yeah. Yeah, so Bub's gonna say, well, I'm just waiting for my summons now. So I'm here, ready to serve. And I guess I'm out of a job, but I got paid a lot lately, so it's good.
Excellent. What have you all been getting up to? Have you been enjoying any sort of specific venues within the city? What say you? You're awfully quiet most dinners. He gestures over to Tulia. Huh? Oh, I got hired for a job. It's very lucrative, had an excellent payoff. Very well paying but dangerous job. The kinds that I love. Really? Would you like to tell us more about this job? I'm afraid I signed a non-disclosure agreement. I can't.
It's just like a Bub's like paw fingerprint somewhere.
Bernard simply nods. Ah, I understand.
They have Gildas and Dan shaking their head over there.
Anything else you've been getting up to? I spend a decent amount of time at the Hot Springs. Lovely venue. I also spent a lot of time at the Adventurers Inn. Also a lovely venue. Been anywhere else? I've wandered all over the city. I even slept in an alleyway for one night, just to see what it was like. I see. Well then. Seems like you've made yourself busy. I tried to. Let's see, what say you, Yorm? What have you been getting up to? Well, I went out and went ranging with Centurion and his fellows. Good rangers, good hunters. Learned a decent amount. Even learned how Centurion gets so strong. He's got a rather rigorous training program. More rigorous than most elves can take, I think. Also, bumped into a mercenary company, an excellent leader, fantastic soldier, and we helped track down a green drake. Shortly after, we managed to just get out just before we were gobbled right up, and the entire drake just almost going towards a village, and we were all ready to hunt it down and fight it, but I stayed on the sidelines. I was to run and call for help if needed. Things turned south, cause they understood that I could run back quite quickly, but they also knew that they needed every man there, and I was extra. So I studied and I watched, and it was the most incredible fight. Mercenary company took the brunt of the facade, brunt of the fire, and Centurion's men flanked the beast. They threw nets, they poked it with spears, they tossed it into a bear pit with spikes at the bottom. It was glorious. And that commanding officer of that mercenary company personally vaulted onto the beast's back, stabbing his way up it, before cleaving its head clean off with his mighty crimson blade. I see. It's quite impressive. Seems you've been even more busy than most. Oh, well, not more busy than most. I just happen to be getting in the thick of it. You know, tends to follow me around. Ain't that right, Delon?
Aye. I overheard a Centurion talking about it. You were quite the position at that time. And, I believe this Red Dragonborn was leading of it. He spoke on the tactics of it, and though he lost quite a bit of his men, it was a tactically impressive move, although Centurion did not agree with his methods. Neither do I, if I'm going to be frank.
Fearlore actually speaks up. The losses were actually quite minimal. We managed to save the majority of the wounded.
Well, that is a welcome bit of news. And thank you on your part for doing so.
Of course. Caroline nods. It was exhausting work, but it's satisfying.
This is good work. Mostly is.
Fearlore points to you, Delon. What about you? What have you been getting up to?
Well, I went through a bit of a shopping briefly. Wanted to pick up some souvenirs and items. Met a nice halfling. Gave me quite the bargain of a few items, so Gillis was there to help. And then from there, I met you and the Healing Ward. And then I made my way to the Bridge of Marmor, and as a certain person's request, met with a priestess of Armor. Before that, yes, so Gillis and I went to the hot spring briefly with the water nymphs. And after that, I went to the beaches and waited to meet the Sylvan people that St. Gildas mentioned at one point. Lady Eleanor was with us, as well as Lady Eladir.
At that, Kirillai nods. Interesting. So you went to the lake. Eleanor
Right.
nods. We did. We had a very interesting and scientific experience. It was quite educational.
That's quite putting it mildly, maybe y'all know. Says taking a drink.
Well, it's true, isn't it? It was a very educational experience.
Yes, in some metric. Speaking of which, after this is concluded, I wish to speak with you in private about that incident, if you don't mind.
Alrighty then.
Yes. Bernard, uncle. Didn't you tell me you were a practitioner of IO? If I recall correctly, didn't you say you were a practitioner of IO?
No. Bernard is a follower of, I
It was one of
believe.
the big three. I couldn't remember.
It is. Give me one moment. Need to look up real quick.
Your IO or
I believe he is a follower of either your or Zium.
or Zium. Yeah, I think he might have been Zium. My bad.
Yeah, he follows, I
Never
think,
mind.
Zium, Honor, and Chivalry.
Yeah, never mind.
It's a very common following of people who are knights in King's Landing, or followers of Zium.
Right, right. Was it? Frankly, I would explain more about what happened at the lake, but I don't think you'd believe me. Kind of glances to the rest of the table.
Biralor just kind of raises an eyebrow. Oh, really?
Aye. How do I explain this? Lady Eleanor explains as educational. We met with the Sylvan people. Well, remnants of them, or perhaps still a localized existence. The folk, the originators from the First Age, who resided in the Widow Village before they were even widows. Let's see, I have a book of illustrations from the moment, but yeah, to suffice to say, we spoke with them, and well, one thing led to another, and we ended up speaking to how do I put it? We spoke to Io.
There's a bit of a blinking at the table before Uncle Bernard coughs.
It's all true. I wasn't the only one there. Wes can attest. Well, Poor Yorm was in his said he was in his towel at the time when he was summoned.
It was an awful embarrassment. I've been letting myself go lately. To appear before her ladyship in a towel with just my beer cut was a bit embarrassing. Any other lady, mind you, not a problem. But, you know, bit embarrassing. Ophelia nods but remains quiet. Tulio, however, just is actually leaning back in his chair, raising one single eyebrow. Oh, really? So you, Yorm, you were there in your underwear. Delon met and spoke with a goddess. And Eleanor and Ophelia were there too. What about you, Bub? Were you there? Did you speak to a goddess?
He was literally with me the entire time.
The bub just like smile, like really wide, and say, "I was there. It was unexpected and incredible. I can die a happy copal."
So you all see as like Tulio's almost shit-eating grin softens a little bit, and his eyes narrow, but his brow softens when Bub speaks.
Mhm.
Tulio actually stands up from the table, finishes his
Mhm.
glass, takes a single link of sausage from his plate, takes a bite out of it, and
Mhm.
inclines his head to the table. Have a good night. Have a good morning. Is something the matter? Oh, no, no, no. Simply, I'm not good company right now.
Insight check. 16.
Tulio seems to, but from your understanding, Tulio seems to be leaving the table because he's a little uncomfortable, but also because, he doesn't seem, he doesn't seem to want to cause problems for you, Bub.
Mm.
Okay.
Gildas, you want to also roll insight?
I mean, I could. I'm not
Activates
sure.
the Byakugan.
I'm saying, let's see, like, one more guy knows that, yeah, you know, the door to the church is still open if you need to.
Yeah, 16 as well.
When your bro gets
22.
emotional
22.
Yeah.
and he leaves the table.
So with a 22, Gildas,
Mhm.
Tulio doesn't seem to believe any of you that you met a goddess. He seems uncertain in his belief in Bub, however, and he seems to not want. He seems to know that he won't basically agree with you all, so he's leaving to be civil.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
He
I'll roll
seems to
insight as well.
he only seems to mostly care about about not bothering Bub, however, at this time.
Damn. Fuck you too.
Yeah.
Shit,
We
insight. I don't
haven't.
care. Whatever.
He looks fine.
Yeah, fuck it. He's mine.
As far as you can
Hey.
tell, Delon, Tulio's just being Tulio.
Two just stepped out of the wrong side of the bed, you know.
Non-believer.
Tulio's just being Tulio, as far as you're concerned.
Yeah.
Goddamn insight rolls.
It's okay. Not everybody has to have wisdom.
No, it's fine. No,
You
it's
have
true. I
your-
really don't need it.
If you have charisma, be happy with it.
Yeah, no. Hey, at least charisma was useful in later D&D. Before it was basically useless.
Well, actually, it was like the best stat in AD&D because you can have more followers. So it's like
Yeah.
you literally get more people. So it's
Yeah,
actually
you
the best
can.
stat.
But that's all it was good for.
Yeah, basically, but that's enough.
Yeah. Sacrifice a good stat in order to get more people. Anyway,
I need more disposable flashbacks.
basically,
Literally,
yeah. Very much it.
Very much it. That too.
I said disposable
better just get
flashbacks. That's what they're
homo.
there for.
The great Skyrim experience.
Here, Lydia, hold my shit for me. Ugh.
No, poor Lydia, first companion, pile everything on you.
What do you mean you're encumbered?
That's literally what happens in games with encumbrance. Not gonna
Thank
lie.
God for mods. They remove that encumbrance crap.
All right.
The might of the gods.
And who's the guy on the other side of the table who we're talking to again? What's his name?
Bernard, essentially.
Bernard.
uncle.
Okay.
He's
okay, I
Delon's
remember who he
uncle, like his
is.
great
Yeah, he's
uncle.
Delon's uncle.
his great
Okay.
uncle. The dude's house. This is a slight house that he's working in, or at least the shared house between him and his wife.
But yes, Tulio has excused himself at this point.
Yeah. Delon will actually ask, did I meant no disrespect with anybody. It just what happened.
You're quite alright, Delon. Perhaps gods and goddesses are a touchy subject for him. In my days as a soldier, I've met other soldiers who get a little tongue-tied around talks of divinity. Caroline actually furrows her brow, You have no reason to get tongue-tied when talking of divinity unless you have a reason to hide something.
Well,
Ah,
when I
well,
tried to touch on the subject yesterday, he essentially told me he wasn't drunk enough for that. So, I think I can understand why he would leave there.
mm,
That, and I see that, and I don't think he really believes us.
I see. I believe I was unfortunately under the feeling as well. It's his decision to do so, and if that is the path he has chosen, that is his to follow. But I do hope he finds a better path soon. But that's none of our concern at this time, as long as he keeps doing well and keeps to himself.
Firalore
Um,
nods. Those who are a bit lost or hot-headed tend to cool off and find themselves eventually.
hmm.
All he needs is enough time
Ah, alright.
and an example to
And
follow upon.
an example.
Yeah, well, the door is always open, so if he needs to do some soul searching, I'll be there
Hmm.
eventually.
In
Well,
light of that recent development, uh, you're serious in saying that you encountered Io, Delon. I
oh,
would not usually doubt you, however, that is quite the incredulous claim.
well, as I said, I have a book on the subject. Let me be back. I'll bring it out. Show it for yourself. Even drawings to go with it. I know. So he excuses himself from the table. He's actually going to head to his room, grab the book, check to make sure it's got all of his pages. Parts of it in Sylvian, parts of it in the language that nobody knows except for Ophelia, because this is a god tongue. And he shows up with the drawing. He's like, there we are. This is the book in which I spoke with himself. The first part is in Sylvian because I was speaking with the elder at the time, and the rest is unlegible because Quill could only translate what it was given. Seemed to be speaking a language I'm not familiar with at this time, but I think I did an appropriate amount of drawings. If you wish to look at it.
Please, please.
Mm-hmm.
He takes the book
Enjoy.
from you and starts turning the pages, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
When he comes across, like, the paintings of the temple, he turns the book around, essentially, to let Firalore and Kirillai take a look. Kirillai is raising an eyebrow. Firalore is narrowing her eyes a little bit in thought or suspicion. When he gets to the picture of the garden sanctuary with the tree, though, he furrows his brow. This page is the only one that's completely blank.
Hmm?
This one here,
The one that,
as he turns the page to Delon. This one's completely blank, but the page here has something on it.
that should be like the drawing of the garden.
Yes, the drawing is, when you see it, Delon, is the garden of the with the drawing of the garden and the sanctuary.
No, it can't be. There's a drawing here. Do you see nothing?
It is as blank as a single piece of parchment. Do you see anything, my dear? Firalore leans forward, squints, and actually extends her hand, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
As the book is given to her, she looks at it closely, shakes her head, hands it to Kirillai, who also shakes her head, but hands it back to you, Delon.
None of you see the rest of these pages, then? They will appear
No,
blank.
the rest of the book is blank.
Delon can see that it's in words, just basically.
Yeah, you can see
whatever.
words, but it's illegible to you. But nobody else seems to be able to see the pages.
Hmm. The one's actually going to glance. Eleanor, you said you could see the image from before. You can see it, correct?
Of course. This is all extremely educational, though.
So you cannot see these images. Strange. Hmm.
Ophelia actually speaks up while turning a page in her book. Do not fret over it, Delon.
Hmm. What makes you say so, your ladyship?
She simply looks up with a rather earnest smile.
Mm-hmm.
It reveals itself to those who are worthy of the knowledge. Those who cannot see it will not see it.
I see. Believe me, if I could will it to see for you to see it, it would. It's truly a marvelous thing to see. But you did see the Sylvian and some of the drawings, yes?
Yes, I saw everything up until a point. Everything after that seems to be completely blank, unmarked.
This was the part in which we met divinity, so, well, this was one in the realm. A word of caution, I should say. The rumors of which speak about being on that lake, we confirmed it with Sir Gildas. It needs to be a cloudy moon day. Specifically, has to have clouds, or else the Fae will be around disturbing the water, and it will not show itself. And make sure, if you do approach, you must have great of resistance. Otherwise, you will not be able to come to their domain, or some of which you will fall into a slumber, and I do not know how long you will be in it.
Well, according to some of the people around here, can be as little as a few months, or as long as a few years, but decades.
Mhm.
Interesting. Eleanor finally speaks up, speaking quite clearly. Might I ask all of you to keep this quiet for the foreseeable future? I have no problems with Delon informing his family of what transpired. However, the findings that we've had are still currently in discussion and in review. I do not wish to make them a big talking point at this time. It would be bad. It would be bad review as well as bad as an educator and a scholar to share inconclusive, unfinished notes as if they were ready to be published.
I see. Yes, I'll be considering that fact.
Bernard actually raises an eyebrow, but nods with an understanding grin. I see. You have it on my honor. I'll keep such findings secret. Your scholarly expertise and your scholarly pursuits will not be revealed to other scholars. Not by anyone at this table, at least. Fairlore nods. Such things could be rather dangerous if they became public knowledge. Think of all the comas. Caroline gives a playful grin, though. Perhaps for another small donation I could be willing to keep your secret. Caroline. What? The church could always use some more donations. After all, we've just went through a large supply of healing materials. Am I being blackmailed now? No. You're simply performing a donation.
Delon will actually give a very firm and just stare at Kirillai and give a very firm understanding and just close the book and say no.
Spoil sport.
Well, speaking of blackmail, I'll pick up as well and say, well, as the man who found out about all this, informed you, what do I get in exchange of my silence?
You broke up. He's like, you were brought into the conversation.
Eleanor
Ah.
turns to you, Gildas.
Mhm.
You get top billing in the scholarly report.
Mm-hmm.
And I,
You
you were
are a
able to ask a
primary
question.
source.
Well, then you better do a damn good report then.
Mm.
Eleanor actually gives a rather confident smile. Who do you think you're speaking to? I am Eleanor Chrysanthemum. Of course I'm going to give a damn good report.
Language, Lady Eleanor.
Come off it.
Oh no, she's just paraphrasing.
Exactly. Those are not my words, but his.
Exactly.
Delon just shakes his head.
As you're all enjoying some more food after a bit more of a livelier turn to the conversation, there is a knocking in the doorway as a centurion actually appears in the doorway. Pardon my disturbance. I understand you are having breakfast at this time, and your ladyships are currently resting after a long time within the healer's den. But I have need of Sir Bub.
Ooh, a job. I'm just gonna like jump down, ready to go.
It is not a job, Sir Bub. You are being summoned.
I literally just like look around. Okay.
Are you coming alone?
Yeah, so Bob takes a second. Oh, yeah, I'm gonna need to bring Delon as my second. He's my advisor.
Understood. Between you and me, Druid Bub, do not tell others he is your advisor, lest they think he speaks for you.
Second. Okay, got it.
CS Centurion gives you a single slow nod. I must also be collecting Lady Eleanor. Already? Yes, I'm afraid. They have summoned you as well. Eleanor rises from the table, bows very low to your family, Delon. Thank you very much for a wonderful breakfast. I must be excused.
Actually, before you go, see, I know that technically I'm not allowed there, diplomacy and all, but I am also war chief guarding the border between the land of monsters and this here land. So there's really no way I could be let in. So
And he does speak earnestly. It would be
something
a
is
good thing to have.
something is happening at Worth. I'd like to know.
I'm
From this, I
afraid
could
simply
be.
as a war chief, even if you were on the border, I cannot bring such things. Eleanor, however, cuts him off. He is my second.
Oh,
Understood. I will be waiting outside to escort you both to escort you all to the temple. Then, when you have made yourselves ready, please be hasty about it. And he does a salute, slamming his fist on his shoulder, turns around and steps out.
well, then I guess this settles it then.
I suppose it does.
I was going to go solo, but this is a good way to kill two birds with one stone, don't you think?
Right. This also means that because I am your second, I have to be on my best behavior now.
Come now, Gildas, you're quite good at that.
Depends on the person on the other hand, really. Yes. Let's rise and similar to her, say my thanks to the family.
Take care. Eleanor actually, she begins to leave the table. You see her cast one glance to you, Delon, but she continues down the hallway, essentially.
Okay, I'll follow.
So once you two are alone, she actually leads you towards essentially a study where she closes and locks the door. Well, you wish to speak to me privately?
Yes, I did. Although this seems a bit more awkward than it was before. I was expecting. Well, Lady Eleanor, maybe speak about what happened last night at the beach.
Of course. Amongst ourselves, we can discuss, talk, debate what the meanings of it all was, what perhaps the implications of it all were. It could be very enlightening, actually, for the report.
Truthfully, Lady Eleanor, that's not my concern at the moment. It's all riveting, and I would be more than happy to have that conversation with you. And, in fact, I plan to, he says, holding his book. And I'd be more than happy to have the pages translated and learn what the other language is by Her Ladyship Nightfield. I am fascinated by it, but I wish to voice my concern over what happened. I know you're eager for more information based on what Sir Gildas mentioned, but I feel you took too much of a risk last night.
You see as she ever so slightly inclines her head to the left and her brow furrows. Took too much of a risk. I'm fine, and I was fine.
Lady Eleanor, you succumbed to some sort of magic and fell unconscious. And despite my best efforts, I was unable to get to you. Try as I might. Thank the divines Lady Eladir was there, or you would have been completely vulnerable. A woman of your stature, in the garb you were wearing, lying unconscious on a beach is a most uncompromising position. And even if this is the Widow Village, in any other place you would have been in great danger. And I cannot allow it.
In any other place I would not have been dressed as such. What do you mean in garb such as this? This is simply traditional Wood Elven garb. This is the conservative dress, mind you.
I am well aware.
And of course Eladir was there. I wasn't going to simply go and investigate such things alone. If you're studying something in the field, you always bring a second pair of eyes, so that you have a reliable source to secondary report.
Aye, and I am greatly thankful that you chose to follow that sort of protocol, but as my ward, I made an oath to protect you. I swore it 4 times, to you, your parents, and the King of Asterium, and I mean to see it through. What would I say to your parents if you were injured or in a sleep and I could not waken you from, as you were initially? What would I say to the King of Asterium? This expedition is for you. What happens when you are not there to see it through?
I would have been fine. All who have fallen asleep at the lake have awoken some time later, be it a few weeks, a few months, or a year.
How much
There's
time
been
do you
no
think we have?
fatalities.
But it's not just that. It's also the time. How long do you think we have? We would have to wait for you in that time. You could be in danger. You're unconscious in the body. Lady Eleanor, it's not the first time you put yourself in danger.
If we're talking of putting ourselves in danger, Delon, I don't really think you're one to talk.
I am a knight. I am prepared for such situations, and my death, if it must happen, I make sure it means something. I will not have you in another compromised position. I found you in one once, and I will not see you one and ever again. I will not fail again. I will not see you dishonored.
I am a scholar. If I need to put myself in a slightly precarious situation to figure out and gather the studious knowledge that I need, then I will do so, but I will never put myself at a deathly risk. A scholar is only good if they are alive. If they are dead, their brain is gone. Their knowledge, all of the bookkeeping, all of the further studies they could have done, gone, wasted. The same with a knight. If a knight were to fall, die, who else could they save? What other lives could they have saved that they now cannot?
I am well aware of our duties. When we found you, you made certain decisions out of disparity, and though you say they were necessary, I've never agreed with it. I understand you're a scholar, but... It's not about that. When we first met you, when I first came to Asterium, I thought myself in a noble quest. Find the King's Glaive. Restore everyone and make certain that the lands of Canes is reunited as one. Thought myself in a noble quest, and yet we found ourselves in a different situation. And when I came to Asterium, I saw its beauty, its majesty, and I tried to understand it. All in the stories that I have been told in my life. And I have tried to understand Elvish culture, even though I feel I never truly will. Because I cannot see how they allowed such a situation to occur with you in the first place. When we were in that city, we were on a quest to look for you. A quest, bear in mind, that I was very happy and more than happy to find. Noble lady in danger, and was it possibly kidnapped? I was more than happy to be of service. But in my quest for it, how many more women were in that situation? How many crimes were committed in that back market that I brushed past in looking for you? When I look back, and all I see in these many more faces of those that were in similar situations, I can't help feeling that if I'd been faster, if I didn't dawdle, if I was smarter, stronger, more capable, then maybe you wouldn't have had to do what you did. And yesterday, when you fell unconscious, I felt this whole thing all over again. This guilt, this shame, this anger. I knew they bit the eldest head off when he immediately didn't awaken you. When he choked it, there was even time. Time.
Well, he was
What
not wrong.
time
I
is
did
there?
have time.
But until the Black Dragon shows? Until the Civil War occurs? Time is not necessarily on our side, Danielle. And I know it's almost shameful, but I didn't care. All that mattered was that you were safe. That's the only little comfort I had at that moment, was to know that you were safe all day, and I can't. He kind of shakes the book as he thinks. I can't unthink it. I know ladies' honor is not a simple thing, but I know in Elvish culture you're not bothered by it, but I feel you traded something initially for the price lower than what it was worth. For that, I have failed you.
See, as Eleanor pokes you on the forehead, right between your eyes, with one finger.
Mm-hmm.
You know, for such a smart, noble knight, you're really dumb.
What?
You didn't fail me. I wasn't under your care at that time. Any decisions I made, any choices I made, were not your concern, nor were they your fault. All the decisions I made up until that point were my own, fully my own. And I assumed direct and immediate responsibility for any decision I made, any choice I made. Don't hold yourself responsible for something you couldn't have even stopped because you weren't even there to do it. Besides, I am under your care, that's correct. Which is why I've been much more careful as of late. If I wasn't careful with things, you'd just worry yourself into a tizzy like you're doing right now.
It's not just because you're under my care, Lady Arno. It's not. This feeling isn't just exclusive. It's because I care about you. I care about Gildas, Bob, Yolm, Ophelia, Tuyo. I care about all of my compatriots. I'm not ashamed to admit it. Not anymore. I worry not
Eleanor
just
gives
because
you a very soft smile. And I care about many of our traveling companions as well. You are all very good friends to me.
Fine.
So no more putting yourself in danger or trying to make your death mean something, okay? At least promise me that.
I haven't felt that way in a long time, well, but I will continue to do so. It hasn't been just me in some time. And for what it's worth, you do the same. This expedition has changed. I know you see it. I know you sense it. When her ladyship Nightfield brought up her companions, I felt a sense of familiarity between her group and ours. We can't take the risks we used to. There is tension in the nations. Civil war is brewing, whether we like it or not. And the Black Dragon has reared his ugly head and means to destroy all that has been built. We cannot afford to make the same mistakes again. We must be strong, both in body and in spirit. But you're right. It doesn't mean we can't enjoy ourselves. And we just need to be more careful.
Precisely. Besides, as the way I see it, the expedition has remained the same. It's just the circumstances in which the expedition will be traveling around and through have changed. Even if our group is somewhat similar to the one Ophelia has encountered before, that's mostly just correlation, perhaps, not causation. There's not enough proof yet to show any sort of repeating pattern. It's just coincidence at this time. But if more info were to pop up, perhaps. I intend to carry on exactly as I do, but I have already begun making plans to move around the current state of things.
Just so. So, in the future, just be more careful with yourself. If not just for me, but for me and yourself.
I'll do so if you do the same. Deal?
Deal.
She actually extends a hand to you.
Dewan, I'll take it.
She shakes your hand.
Yeah, we'll take it in a way where it's like a genteel shake. There's one we do with a proper lady.
She accepts it, and then covers your hand with her other hand, essentially. Shakes it properly in both hands. Let's go. Does a gentle courtesy. I'll try very hard not to worry you further.
Just so. I have enough to worry about on the battlefield itself, especially the situations we find ourselves in. Now, let us away to the morning's gift and enjoy our merry company of compatriots. We will certainly need it in this council coming up, but the day is young and the light is still upon us.
Agreed. Any longer and they'd begin to gossip. She says this as she turns around, unlocking the door and stepping out first, essentially.
Delon kind of chuckles under his breath. Gossiping about what, I wonder? And that would pretty much be it.
Excellent.
Yeah, I really didn't have much else but that. Hope that didn't bore everybody.
From the Discord chat, I think they enjoyed it.
When you're a wizard and therefore think the world revolves around You, because you learned all the cheat codes.
Yeah.
Actually, she's a sorcerer.
Delon came in, he still proved the point,
So,
even though she tried
it's
like
even worse.
self-logicking it.
It's even worse. Yes, the world does revolve around me because I have the talent to do.
Yeah, she is. He's like, I have the talent to deal with it, and Delon's like, no, no, that's not how that works.
It's okay. I totally know what I'm doing.
He's like,
anyway,
Fuck
Ma,
you,
how's
Dad.
your anyway, Gyarados, how's your sex life?
It's really active.
I tried. Okay, I tried. I thought I did a
No,
good job.
I think it was a good scene. I think it was a good scene.
It was.
But as shortly after that, Eleanor returns. However, she's back in her high elven form. And she's wearing a high elven gown, essentially. No longer the wood elven gown. Kirillai actually furrows her brow and sticks out her tongue briefly at that. Oh, Pooh, he looks so much better with a proper actual gown on. Not dressed up as some doll. Eleanor just kind of gives a grin. Which one was the doll, I wonder?
Yeah. I'm agreeing with the rap. Yeah.
Eleanor will turn on a dime to you, Gildas. Are you prepared?
Well, I got my warship gear up. Or gear on, rather. So I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
Excellent. Chrysanthemums are never late. Let's leave.
Delon will show up dressed up pretty nicely, and he brings Bub his little bells and little get up, little like not the full outfit, but it's like look presentable.
Cool. Wait. So what does it look like?
Oh, it's just like the little bells from your outfit, because I know you like that.
Cool.
Bells that don't make a sound. It's like
I get on my super fancy kobold outfit that I got a while ago.
Nice.
Or I guess, yeah, I'll get
in
it.
nature, it doesn't really matter. That's why he brought out the bells, just to be like, ooh, shiny.
If you wanted to come in like a suit, but like instead of your top hat, you wore the T-Rex mantle, that's totally doable. You wear the T-Rex mantle on top of the top hat.
I must do it.
You have to do it.
Actually obligated to do it.
So Bub comes in with his full regular dashing suit, but without the top hat.
The top hat is on top of the skull.
Top hat is on top of the skull.
I'm not even sure if that would be possible logistically.
He's a droid, whatever, it's magic.
The top hat is just precariously balanced atop the skull head of the T-Rex hat mantle.
No matter how the droid moves.
I found some magnets.
I found some tree sap and I stuck it on there.
It's like that will ruin the bottom rim of the. Oh, he doesn't care. It's magically imbued. It'll probably be. It's magically imbued. It'll be fine.
So Eleanor, upon seeing Bub come out, gives Bub. She extends one finger, kind of does like the turn around gesture with it. Does Bub like turn around?
Sure.
She then claps her hands together. Excellent. You're very well dressed for a druid. You'll make quite the impression.
Yeah, Freya's holding it down.
That's
Freya's
good.
holding that down.
That's good to know. I'm not very experienced with this.
It's perfect, actually. She's just holding it there.
Yeah, she's just Freya, exactly.
She's hidden under the hat. She's observing secretly. A good first impression is eminent.
You're ready to basically be the main character now for a while.
Yeah, real quick, I'm gonna check to see when I'm gonna be doing dinner, just so I can
Yeah, go right ahead.
time
Sounds
things
good.
appropriately. Give me like a couple minutes.
As Bub runs off to go get his hat and get Freya to hold it still for him, essentially, uh, she looks to you, Delon, and you
Mhm.
see her give you the same finger gesture, essentially, with a playful smile.
Delon will actually like slightly roll his eyes, like, okay, and he will, but he will do a quick turn.
She does much the same gesture that she did for Bub. I think you look rather dashing.
Thank thee. That is the idea. As do you, Lady Eleanor. And despite what Lady Caroline says, I don't think it really matters all too much.
Oh,
It
pish
is
posh,
your
of course I look wonderful. But
and
thank
that
you.
is the level of confidence. See, you almost had it. And that, but the little bit of confidence, that is what I was talking about. Orders on the air.
Besides, we all know the third form is the better one anyway.
Like Delon's like,
Duly noted, Gildas. Bernard just
There's like
shakes his head. He's just shaking his head at all this.
Delon's like for a brief second like narrows at Gildas, but it's like almost imperceptible, and then it's like, okay, whatever.
What?
Nah, it's
Speak
just
the
nothing.
truth and only the truth.
I do not lie under oath, but it is the truth and only the truth.
Now, which oath did I take? Who knows?
There are many oaths of clericohood.
Well, actually, this lamb, Belle is just, she's in an high elf form. It's like an issue that is to be pressed on. So, I'll say, actually, Eleanor, if I'm there as your second, but you're also there, the Haven City, well, this form, and we were there as well, does that mean we're still where we were back then, or as our status proved somewhat?
That's a good point.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, Bub is here as a representative of the Druids, so Bub technically outclasses me in this situation. And Delon as his second is similar to your position for me. If anyone inquires as to the dynamic between our relationship, Gilnos, I will simply say you are my second and nothing else.
Right. Well, I just wanted to make sure whether well, if any high elves would still think we are property or not. But nothing like that is going to happen, then there's nothing else to say.
Don't worry about it. You'll be allowed to sit within the table, eat the food, and talk the talk. All of that good, wonderful experiences.
Mhm.
Just
Oh,
know
that's
that if
another
you
much.
speak, your words will be considered much less than, say, Bub's or my own.
Right, unless I say something that rustles some feathers, in which case it would be as worth as anybody else's.
With
Yes,
all
but
due
we should
respect, sir,
avoid doing such things as that. Ruffling feathers unnecessarily, especially early into the meal, is very in poor taste.
Oh, of course, but if anybody prompts me to,
We should save such things for around dessert. Revenge is a dish best served cold, after all.
well then, suppose I'll hold myself back.
Carlisle raises an eyebrow. You are a half elf. No, you are a high elf. Eleanor just grins and shrugs. Welcome back, bub.
Yep. Alright, we should be good for a bit.
Excellent.
Nice.
So, with everybody having finished their preparations, Eleanor claps her hands essentially once more. Now, let us leave.
Oh, Delon has brought his sword, by the way.
Nice. Very good.
The sword of echoes.
Very nice.
I mean, just because a person dressed proper doesn't mean I'm not gonna have my sword by my side.
Makes perfect sense, honestly.
Just not all the other, not all the armor and everything else.
You might be asked to... Eleanor will actually turn to you. Dylan, just so you know, you'll be asked to leave that outside the room.
Delon like thinks for a moment. Perhaps. I think it was a worthy symbol, though.
It is a worthy symbol. However, no weaponry is allowed within the room, and all focuses as well as component pouches are removed from one's person.
As you wish.
Well, rather than bringing it, well, over there, I guess I'll just leave it there instead. I'll just put down my focus, actually.
Eleanor inclines her head. Do not worry, it is quite civil. No one truly comes to blows in these sorts of discussions. Though, there will be some yelling, of course, but that's completely natural when discussing politics. But, let us away. I'm afraid Centurions will be growing impatient soon, and I shan't be showing up late. I wouldn't wish to discredit Gildas' reputation by putting the blame on him.
Calm now.
So with that, Eleanor turns around and marches essentially out the front door, heading for Centurion. I imagine party's coming with, correct.
Yeah.
Alright, just making 100% sure.
My people
Well,
not
just
come
gonna
later.
ask to be high.
No, it's like, no, we're going back to the Savage Land.
I mean, if you did that, you could do that, I'm just saying.
No way, dude.
We did chill it all, like, yeah, it was just good.
You make all these plans and you just ditch Eleanor and go the opposite direction.
It's basically after this where we're going to be doing a bunch of stuff, so.
True. But alrighty. So you all make your way out. Centurion salutes to you all and begin. He actually slams his feet down essentially in a march. Does a brief shout as some rangers drop down from the trees and form a single file line around, essentially a formation around you. Right this way. He then begins leading you through some back passageways, some little back alleys essentially, heading towards the Temple of Sylviana. Eleanor speaks up briefly on the way. Are we not taking the main streets? No, your ladyship. These are the passages meant for protection. We are far less likely to be jumped on these streets. Is that a worry at this time? You'd be surprised.
Which is why I brought my weapon.
Just to inform you ahead of time, one soldier to another, even if you are a guard, your weapon will be forced to be left outside the main chamber. You will be allowed within the temple, but once you reach the main chamber, the guards will obtain your gear from you. It will be returned to you as soon as the meetings are either adjourned or bricked.
As you wish.
He inclines his head to you again and continues leading you on the way there. He eventually leads you to the farthest back area of the main city of Lunaria, and you begin to step up some roots, heading higher up essentially. The roots are massive. They're bigger than even some of the structures of the main city, and but they are just work as natural organic stairs heading upwards. He leads you up and up the roots before leading you towards a bit in the bark where the bark separates. You can see a symbol, which is a moon with a tree inside of it, right above the bark door, right above basically the gap in the bark. He steps aside and gestures towards the bark, essentially. Right this way. Eleanor nods. Thank you very much. Steps inside. Gildos, you're essentially gestured in right after, then Bub, then Delon. Once inside, the temple is almost like a, let's see. So you know when you're in, say you go to like a observatory or like an exhibit that shows a black room with stars everywhere, kind of a thing, to show you like what constellations look like on the inside.
Yeah, an astrology observatory.
Yeah, something similar to that. It's very similar to this, but the inside is dark, but it's not pitch black. It's not super duper bright, but all of the glowing lights and the bright rainbowish glows that dance and flutter around, just these little fey lights essentially, illuminate and kind of blink on and off and on and off in different hypnotic patterns. Keeps the whole place lit up naturally. And Bub, as you step in, you become aware of fairies literally just flying around without a care in the world. You also can feel a massive, naturally magical presence. Just this whole area is saturated with it. As you step inside, the Centurion comes back inside, steps up to you all, and gestures down essentially the hallway. Simply head straight forwards, follow the signs, and you'll make your way to the main meeting room. You'll find a few diplomats probably along the way. You'll know it when you see it. So that's a rather large grand chamber with 4 doors. Eleanor nods. Thank you very much. We shan't get lost. If you do get lost, ask any guard and they'll lead you the right way. Thank you. That, Eleanor turns and begins heading down the way. As you're walking, this whole place is just filled with these natural green, red, orange, blue, pink, these natural like glowing, fainting, and slightly like they grow bigger then smaller, bigger and smaller again, like naturally glowing luminescent lights. You can also, as you're walking through, you see this really large, spindly tree-looking thing just walking through. It turns, looks briefly at you as like you make eye contact with it, and you just see the bark that it has on its head like kind of splinter into a smile, and it waves one long spindly little hand in like a wave that's very like all over the place, but it's a wave. And then it just kind of keeps going. You also can see some rather large elk just walking around in here without a care in the world. When they see you, Bub, you actually see one of the large elk inclines its head to you.
Hello.
It simply gives you the inclination, essentially. It's not saying anything else. There's lots of little creatures running around. You see some little, what look like scampering, very short, like almost gnome-looking creatures, but they are made of rocks. They're scampering around. They're having an argument in a language you all can't understand. There is actually a part over here that seems to have little signs out front around them, and there is a hole in the floor. And they're arguing while gesturing down to the floor. There just seemed to be a really heated argument, but there's also some guards standing around, just seemingly like keeping others out of their business. As you also continue on the way, you see what looks like a literal Cheshire grin floating every once in a while. It grins. Then a cat will just kind of like walk on a branch somewhere and jump from another one. See some satyrs running around. They have clipboards. They're gesturing and walking around. You see one as it speaks fluid common. Is like, hey, they're walking here. Move, move, move. Sorry, Druid ship. Sorry, Druid ship. Carry on. Let's write that down. Right that way. Right down that way. Eventually, as you're making your way over, a figure turns, who is most definitely not a fey creature of any sort. He seems to have fairly pale skin and very dark black hair. He's very poshly dressed. He seems to have turned at your appearance. His eyes narrow ever so slightly before a smile breaks on his face, and he quite literally glides across the room to you. His feet seem to make almost no sounds. When he arrives, he gives you he puts one arm over his stomach, bows very low, before slowly rising back up. Ah. Delon Arcelius Gilme the Second. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. And of course, Bub, emissary of the Blue Dragon. Gildas. Gildas. Excellent to make your acquaintance as well. Mr. Armand. And Eleanor Chrysanthemum. But where are my manners? I am Frederick Getica of Nebulum. The Lord of Nebulum sends his regards to yours and your families.
That's a lot of regards.
Indeed,
Considering how big Bub's family is.
Well, firstly, that's not a lot of regards for my own.
Oh, that's right. You're all alone.
I mean, if you consider the main branch, like, not the aunt and all that lives like somewhere else. I've no like that I met once in like 30 years. Yeah, just like pretty much me. So, I say I'll just frown on like what he says, but like say nothing.
Come now. Direwolf has your tongue?
Well, not exactly, but I'm here on her lady's behalf. Well, on her second right now, so I think if I have anything to say, I should keep it to myself for now.
Smart man, very smart man. Smarter than you were given credit for. What say you? Bub of the Blue Kobolds, emissary of the Blue Dragon.
That's me.
Do you have any words for me?
I feel like Bub would have his foot in the mouth at this moment. Bub's gonna say, "Oh, well, you're very polite. Everyone else we met from Nebulum has been not polite and has tried to steal our stuff."
Truly, how barbaric. I assure you, that is not the case for the majority of Nebulese citizens. Most Nebulese citizens are very polite and kind, and help each other out in their times of need.
That's good to hear. Well, I hope we get along. We've got important work to do.
He gives you a very genuine looking smile, and I as well hope we get along. We do have much work to do.
Oh, history. I'm rolling history on this mofo.
History on Frederick?
Yeah, he's probably high up enough that you could actually.
It might worth it. Oh. Goddamn.
This technically works as King's Landing history as well.
23, baby.
Frederick is the Lord of Nebulum's primary diplomat.
Yeah, he definitely would know him then.
You would, essentially. You know that he is very polite, very kind, very amicable, and he is incredibly good at ingratiating himself in noble courts. Nobody seems to have a bad opinion of him.
So I am going to roll charisma, and I'm going to greet him. I guess, or persuasion, I guess, whatever. However you want me to do it.
Persuasion probably.
Yeah, Delon's gonna be all like, this is our first introduction, so he's gonna try and knock his socks off. Cause fuck it. 24.
24, very nice.
So Delon has been waiting patiently, glancing at him. He hasn't been directly looked at. As is proper protocol, if you're not being correctly looked at, you keep your mouth shut until someone actually talks to you in proper protocol. And his second command, he's taking his role pretty seriously for Bub. But the moment Lord Frederick glances in his direction, and almost as if he's saying anything, Delon gives a charming smile, a nod, and goes, "Lord Frederick Gerika, Light Master, diplomat is a great diplomat of the House Gerika. Pale is a pale prince of his noble returns. It is an honor to make your acquaintance." He bows politely.
He smiles back at you, and actually performs another bow directly towards you, Delon.
Mm-hmm.
Seems that you are well read, and my reputation as a diplomat precedes me.
Mm-hmm. Well read is quite an understatement. I was informed of your great duties. My father spoke quite highly of his first meeting of you and your father before him, in the times during the altercation between Renaud and Nebulum at the time.
A very dirty affair. Thank goodness it is well and truly over with.
Indeed. And there was no one done in no small part to yourself. You have our thanks for that.
Oh, please, come now. I had only a small part to pay.
All parts matter.
I concede this point. But please, I have heard much of you as well. You have been on Nebulum's radar for a while. We've been meaning to arrange a meeting for quite some time.
Truly.
You have surprised me, however. I was not expecting you here. But, leave it, I could not, within good conscience, not take the chance to an opportunity to introduce myself.
Indeed, and thank you for doing so. I am sure Sir Bob is delighted to meet someone of such quality, and indeed, his sentiments equal my own. We unfortunately have had, in our small time in Nebulum, has unfortunately been, aside from the local farmers who've been very kind, the company of bandits.
Bandits. I am very, very pained to hear of this. I assure you, if we were informed of any banditry within the realm, we would have snuffed it out instantly.
Fortunately for your grace and the king Nebun and all lords thereof, we were able to get that situation has been handled for now.
Excellent. It's very beneficial for all involved. Is this the reason why Nebli's trading routes had been blocked for some time?
One of several reasons, but yes, from your side of it, it was making things quite difficult.
Most unfortunate. However, Nebulum has continued to prosper even without the foreign trade goods having been traveled through of the usual venues. Nebulum is quite the prosperous country, I assure you.
Aye, and in no small part to your naval faculties, I'm sure.
Do not underplay the values of our farmers. The farmsteads, those are the true lifebloods of Nebulum.
Of course, and I never meant to assume otherwise.
The fishing villages, of course, provide ample food and sustainability to the city, to the economy itself. But I do not wish to get into Nebulese politics. Perhaps we can compare notes another time. Where
Indeed.
I am here on business, of course, and I'm sure you are as well.
I am at my disposal to my friend Sir Bob in these matters, so if you ever need to make a question, I am here to answer it.
Thank you. And if you have need of me, not an immediate company, of course. If you have need of me and I am not currently occupied, feel free to call upon me. I will be as much help as I can be. And Sir Bob, as I have been informed, it is now your title. Between you and me, you hold a rather special position within these talks. You are a third, uninvolved neutral party. You are an uninvolved druid, offering valuable insight. As he says this, he winks at you, and rises back to his full height. All of his movements are deceptively fluid, despite the bulk of his gown. They're almost otherworldly. But I'm afraid I've held you up more than enough. Lady Chrysanthemum, we will be talking more shortly, I assume. Yes, Lord Frederick. I was not informed you would be here. I'm afraid I am here on covert affairs, my lady. Lord Evelyn wishes to keep such associations rather hush-hush, I assure you. Of course. We shall be heading for the main chamber now. We will see you there later. Of course. Do not let me keep you. You'll find it down the way. You're actually right on the right path. Thank you. With this, he takes a few steps back and simply turns back to the company he was with before, immediately speaking with them as if nothing happened.
Mm-hmm.
Eleanor waits until you are well out of earshot before she speaks quietly again. I am not happy that he is here.
Delon actually chuckles.
What?
At this point, I was expecting it.
He has sat at my father's table multiple times. He's good company, but I just don't like him.
You mean apart from the blood-curdling sense that he is not by a notch of a string close to snap?
Something along those lines.
Delon says, in my brother's words, reading him, I did not lie. My father has met his company a few times, and he's always had polite things to say about him, but an uneasiness at the same time.
He's very forthcoming with tips and information. He's very helpful.
Indeed. Well, let us make our way. Isabel. And always remember, I am here as someone to answer any questions that you do not understand, and not here to speak for you. Lord Gracia had a good point. You have a very big part to play here. I hope you understand that. I was talking to Bob.
Oh, you were?
Bob. Yes, he was.
Okay. Sorry, it's kind of difficult to tell sometimes.
Who said your name?
I did. I said his name several times. It's fine. Basically, Bob, you have a big part to play. If you need any help, I'm here as an advisor. Ask questions.
Yeah, so Bob just says, wow. So this is what it's like at the highest levels. His eyes are just like sparkling.
Bob's been a king once. He's met at least one king. He met the king this year.
Yeah,
He was a
it
king?
wasn't like,
That is, you know what? I completely believe that. I completely, 100% believe that. That after they leave, he's like, nice guy. Glad he could help. Who is he again? After he's leaving like the giant castle, he's just like, oh, I thought he was just one of the residents who lived there. You can fit a lot of kobolds in there.
you guys are just convincing me that we gotta do a kobold campaign.
The simpleness of kobolds. Beautiful.
As you continue on down the way, eventually you reach a large double door. And in front of it you see some guards. You also see a rather familiar face is sat on her tail like it's a chair. And she's picking at one of her toenails, essentially. You recognize her as Uluru.
Surpriseface.jpg. So I'm gonna like hobble up, and I'd be like, Uluru, what are you doing here?
Bob, what are you doing here?
I was summoned.
Where's my doll?
I have a particular place in mind to get the ingredients. Don't let me reveal my secrets.
Okay.
The GM stonewalled me from getting it for several sessions.
The line will approach as well. Oh, Lady Uluru. Pleasant to meet you once again.
Hello.
I was informed. And yes, to agree with Bob, he has been in is a great desire and anticipation to make you your doll.
Good. Why are you here?
I am a guest for Sir Bob, making sure that any question asked, I can help him in case people try to play tricks.
They're very tricksy in there.
Which is why I'm here. And if you even need any help, please don't hesitate to ask. I am at the service of anyone here to make sure negotiations go well.
I am Uluru. I speak for the Heart of the Forest.
Aye.
The Heart of the Forest is my second.
Wonderful.
Did you want in?
What'd she say?
Did you want in? As she just hawks a thumb over towards the door that's still closed.
What say you, Sir Bob? That seems like a good idea.
Go.
Uluru nods, hops off her tail as it springs up like a springboard, essentially, walks right over to one of the guards, grabs her staff and smacks him on the head before pushing open the door, essentially.
Come on.
She smacked me. Okay. Is that person okay?
The guard is fine. He's just rubbing his head a little bit.
Terribly, terribly sorry.
It's fine. She's
No.
been doing this every time she comes in. She says it's because I'm a good guard.
Uh, carry on.
He nods, just like rubbing his head a little bit.
Yeah. Have they taken my weapon yet?
The other guard actually will stop you before you go in, and will hold his hand out for your gear.
Oh, yes, my weapon. This weapon has an old history to it. Please make sure it's taken care of. Took quite some time to get it back.
Of course. When the talks have finished or they have broken, you will find your gear obtainable at the desk over there. Simply mention who you are tied to and mention that you wish to have your gear returned to you.
I see. Thank thee.
Please remain civil while within the Temple of Sylviana.
Aye, of course.
So with that, he actually takes your gear from you. You see him actually put it in essentially a chest, lock the chest, and you see him write a name which says Druid Bub on the chest, essentially. As you all make your way into the chamber, Uluru just kind of walks in and points around to a few places.
Move, Harkin.
Oh, terribly sorry.
Harkin!
Ah, good day, dear boy. What brings you here?
I'm in company of Sir Bob, as his compatriot. What are you doing here?
Oh, I was invited. A friend of mine invited me, actually.
A friend of yours?
Oh, yes. I'm very, very close card game compatriots with a certain lord here.
I see.
Between you and me, I clean him out just about every time we play.
Surely. It's good to see you.
It's good to see you as well. I saw you the other day, but I did not disturb you. You seem quite engrossed in a book. Must have been a good read.
Ah, yes, it was the history of Elvis culture and...
Hemlock Family.
Learning a
It's a
bit of-
very girthy read, but it's very, very informative. Okay, it's a good book.
Yes, unfortunately, I figured I was only able to skim as much as I could on it, though. I did learn quite a lot, and the Sword of Echo's history. A lot has happened since we last met in the High Elf City.
I believe it. We can catch up during one of the drinking breaks.
Of course. And with that, I'll just move next to Bub.
So as you catch up to Bub, Uluru will actually point her staff down the way to where Eleanor's essentially going.
You can sit somewhere over there, probably. That's where the Earth Mother sits. That's where the Earth Walker sits. Auntie Arantir sits there. Red Dragon Boy sits there. Fluffy Prince Man sits there. And Grunky, Stupid Uncle Man sits there.
Who's that?
The man who keeps giving me candy sits there.
They give you candy?
Lots of candy.
Said excitedly.
Also, shouldn't it be like anti-elitier rather than like anti-rentier? Technically. Yeah, it's like 3 Dragonborns in one place. That's too many, methinks.
And this is
That's
where
what
I sit.
She just sits down.
I sit next to the floofy prince man. And I sit next to Earthwalker. Sit wherever you want that's not taken. If they make a scene, I'll say otherwise.
Thank you, lady. Much appreciated.
Lord Frederick speaks up, walking over to Uluru, placing a candy in her hand. Now, Uluru, do not forget, you cannot simply throw your weight around here. Simply demanding that people can sit where you want them to is not bode well for the Enclave.
Candy.
Thus he simply places the candy in her hand and glides over to his chair.
Danger, danger. Get the candy. So Bub says, all right, or LaRue, I'm here for business, but we can talk later.
Okay, that's just boring, but okay.
As finally a certain red individual literally just walks into the room. He casts one glance in the direction where Uluru and Bub are, roughly on either side of Lord Frederick, and he just rolls his eyes and says audibly to no one in particular room, "Now there's 2 of them. Great."
Delon immediately glances to the Red Dragonborn.
He does not give you a single glance, merely pulls his chair out with one hand, sits down, and pulls his chair in, essentially. He snaps his finger, essentially, but he's not sitting on it backwards, essentially, but he does just pull it behind him. He does snap his fingers, and you see as someone comes scurrying in with basically a bag, and it's snacks.
Snacks.
Snacks, my glass.
Yes, Surtur.
So he rummages around inside the bag and then grabs a bronze goblet, essentially, and hands it to Surtur. Come now, Surtur. They're not going to poison you. Besides, I doubt poison would really do anything to your mighty physique. Silent snake. Keep your pleasantries behind that fanged maw of yours. Of course, Surtur, of course. Frederick simply smiles and drinks some wine. Eleanor thinks and leans over to your side, Gildas, whispering quietly. This is going to be a lot more interesting than I first thought.
Well, got Nebulin involved somehow. Got 3 Dragonborns in the same room. 2 kobold of different lineage. As well as... Did I hear right? Or did Uluru said anti-elitier? Could it be someone related to her in a way?
I believe she said anti-Iran-tier.
Yeah, but Marshall. No, you did it wrong. I don't know. The sea. I got the Drow village, right? You have Illitir. But then you have here, with Erantir. But how this is the same surname, right? So like if she was referring to the Wood Elf village thing, you know. Given that Illitir is like her usual matriarch.
They've been used that the name Arantir has been used like multiple times throughout the history of the Wood Elves. Same with Frontier.
Has it?
Erantir is similar. Erantir Ulurus and Elatir Ulurus. Ularos, essentially.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay, yeah, you're right. There is a similarity to Arantir. Because there was the matriarch was Elatir, right?
Yeah, the matriarch is Elatir. And she mentioned that Auntie Erantir sits here.
Oh.
Right, yeah. I mean, the name do sound kind of similar anyway.
Mm-hmm. It's on purpose. They're supposed to.
I'm sure.
But so yeah, I'll just change what I say to blah blah blah. I'll see. Oh, there's someone called Auntie Erantir. There's also somebody called Erantir. We know someone's called Elatir. Well, now, I don't know much about you else, but usually when you have the similar name, you relate it in a way.
This is true.
Right?
Siblings tend to share similar naming schemes.
Yes, that's still the rather prestigious cortege, I say. Especially the place so removed.
As you're talking with Eleanor, you hear as a chair is pulled out beside you, Gildas, and someone sits down next to you. See as it's Centurion.
I've been sorely lacking in human representation so far. So now we have one human and a
that's
half.
probably on purpose. No offense.
You're not a human representative, you're a war chief representative, dang it!
I will not let you besmirch my nation of good people. Oh, you were once a human too, so do be proud. Mr. All White.
What?
Centurion just gives you a nod, essentially.
I mean, I'll give you a nod, but that doesn't mean I forgive him for saying Ophelia was a nit anyway. I'm just being courteous.
Shortly after he arrives and sits down, you see as the Earth Mother and Earthwalker walk in, Earthwalker speaks up. Pardon the delay. We've been keeping the Prince and King quite occupied. It's rather exhausting if you do follow our train of thought. Can you imagine managing to keep those two busy from quarreling with each other for such a long time so that we can have a civilized drink break? Honestly, you just don't pay us enough.
They don't pay you.
There's like a blink. Should we be paid?
No, we get paid by the Earth Mother.
I'm the Earth Mother, you old coot.
I get paid in candy. I win.
Extends hand out.
She actually does just like extend. You see as her tail wraps slowly down the table, and a piece of candy is put in her tail as it coils around it, and her tail just goes right back towards her, and she unwraps the candy and puts it in her mouth.
Quit bribing the dead child. She'll get fat. Uluru never gets fat.
Come now, she's a lovely darling. She'll grow into quite the beautiful, radiant girl someday. As he says this, a woman with a literal golden tree staff basically walks regally into the room, gives a firm look at Lord Frederick. Frederick? While Uluru will of course blossom into a wonderful lady someday, it would be most wise for you not to say such things in public company.
But also I wanted to deny, I know this is off topic, Delon has continued to stand because other people haven't arrived, and if he does sit, the moment she enters, he stands up. Because a woman enters the room, old or young, gentlemen are supposed to stand up.
Yep. Funny enough, Surtur remains seated. Centurion stands upon her entrance. Harkin looks around briefly before slowly standing, seemingly doing it only out of courtesy. Lord Frederick was already standing when she came in as well.
Well, I'll do. Well, when in Rome, we'll stand up as well, obviously.
She smiles at you all and slowly sits down. Please be seated. You need not rise for me. I am merely the High Priestess. If you were to rise for anyone, rise for the Prince and King.
With all due respect, your ladyship, I intend to.
She casts a glance at you, and her eyes are almost a milky blue. Beneath essentially her pure white hair. She smiles, stares almost into you before nodding. Well then, thank you. But it is unneeded.
Once again, your ladyship, I disagree.
Then we will agree to disagree.
Gladly. At that point, Delon actually glances back to her and gives a nod, but continues waiting.
You wait for a bit longer, about 5 more minutes, before Surtur speaks up. Where is the Prince and King? We've been waiting for over 10 minutes for them to arrive. The rest of us showed up on time. What is it with them and being fancifully late? With all due respect, Lord Surtur, did I ask you to speak? Snake. No, Lord Surtur, but this is a public table. All discussion is allowed. Surtur simply narrows his eyes at Frederick, who just casually drinks some wine with a polite tilt of his head.
I agree with Dragon Boy. Where are they?
Delon has remained standing at this point, but he doesn't make any sound.
As everybody's waiting,
Tempo
one of the
training?
doors on the left actually opens, then the door on the right opens. 2 guards walk out. They're actually wearing different garbs entirely. One looks like he's wearing completely mithril armor from head to toe, essentially. He has a mithril saber at his hip, and he blows on a horn, essentially. Announcing Prince Faerundir, diplomat and leader of the Elven people. Rise, so that he might enter. The other man does much the same thing, but he's wearing more traditional Elven gear, essentially. He slams his feet together, slams one fist on his chest, and plays a horn himself. Announcing King Elred Sylvanus, rise, so that he might enter. At this, Surtur actually does stand, followed by everyone else in the room, who, if they were sitting, is now standing. Gildos, do you rise as well?
Do I?
Oh, he goes left.
And Bob, do you rise?
Yeah.
Because I'm like, like, oh, yes, I would rise for like a religious official.
Mhm.
But if these are neither my priests nor my kings, so why should I rise, right?
You're trying to shine your bitches. I don't know why I gotta do that.
Oh, but like, honestly, well, deep down, wouldn't want to rise. Like, I wouldn't want to rise. I'm also there under Eleanor, right? So if I don't, what's gonna be the fallout would be on her as well. So I'll rise. Just not for my sake, essentially.
Alrighty then. So as everyone rises, two men basically very regally walk inside. One is wearing more earthen colors. He's the picture of majesty. He looks as such. He actually has a sheathed blade with him that he walks over with. He slowly sits down, he slowly approaches his chair, turns fully to the table, and inclines his head briefly. Apologies for keeping you all waiting. I was indisposed until very recently, occupied with matters of state. Thank you for your patience. With this, he actually lays his sword on the table, essentially. Remains sheathed, essentially. The prince, who is wearing he's wearing gear that looks like it's made of a combination of mithril, silver, and literal living greenery, essentially. He approaches and he lays a saber on the table, and turns fully, inclining his head to the table as well. Yes, apologies as well. Lord Auer and I were occupied with matters of state. Earthwalker and Earthmother can attest to this. With this having been settled, we may continue the talks. And he places his saber down on the table. Both blades are essentially... The blade of the saber that Ferenc Faerundir brought is pointed towards Sylvanas, whereas Sylvanas' blade is pointed towards Faerundir, essentially. They then... their individual man comes over, pulls their chairs out as they just sit down on reflex, as their chairs are then pushed back for them, essentially. The King Hour essentially looks at everybody and nods again. I thank you all for attending this very important discussion. And welcome Ser Bub and his second, Delon Asilius Guillemets. Prince Faerundir speaks up next. And thank you for coming, Lady Eleanor Chrysanthemum and her second, Gildas Armand. You may all be seated. With that, you see as one by one people begin sitting. Surtur remains standing, however. Do you sit, so does the party sit as well?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Delon will sit only after Bob sits.
Alrighty.
I'll be the first to see.
That's fine, man. Do what the hell you want. I know the others don't give a crap. I love that about it. But he's just like Delon only does it because it's proper procedure.
Yeah. No, but I am doing so to see what's his deal.
I'm old, damn it.
I'm old.
I'm old.
I was quaking.
So the last one to sit is Surtur, who only sits. So he's not the last one to sit, but he sits only after Delon sits. Harkon is actually almost as quick as you, Gildos, at just sitting down instantly. He doesn't. He just is very quick to sit down. He only
Listen,
stood
we
on.
have-
He only stood out of politeness, very obviously.
Listen, we have a contest between the white dragonborn, the red dragonborn. Well, let's have a contest of laziness. White dragonborn,
Supposedly,
the white
yeah.
human.
I think the funniest thing is supposedly they're not that many dragonborns, but three of them sitting inside the room.
Yeah. Too many in one place. Something's gonna happen.
But alrighty, as you're all
It's okay.
gathered around, the king speaks up. Since we are all seated, allow me to open up this beginning statement. The Wood Elf people will continue to deny assistance in any sort of aggressions towards the Southlanders. This is my opening statement. The prince speaks up shortly after. The High Elves would like to continue to beseech the Wood Elves for assistance in defense against the Southlandings' threat. Surtur speaks up next. As a mercenary company currently employed within the King of the Wood Elves' domain, we would like to request the ability to increase our troops for the defensemen of the Wood Elf people from aggressors from the east, west, and south. There's a nod, and the king speaks again. As representatives of the Enclave and people, we have Uluru. Thank you for attending once again. We understand your patience is at its end.
I am being held here by candy and nothing else.
The ultimate political power.
Really, yeah.
The king then gestures to Erantir, Earthwalker, and Earthmother. Erantir will represent the Wood Elven clergy of the Temple of Lunaria. Earthwalker and Earthmother will represent the Wood Elven and Druidic focuses. As such, these are the representatives of the spiritual order within our domain. The prince gestures to Lord Frederick. Lord Frederick represents the current diplomatic embassy of the Prince of Nebulum. Thank you for attending once again, and thank you for being so amicable at these times. We appreciate your attendance. Of course, the Lord of Nebulum sends his regards to yours and your families, and he is most saddened by the current state of affairs within the Wood Elven Kingdom, and he only wishes to help in any way he possibly can.
You know that I don't mean to interrupt. You know that meme of like someone like jerking it and they're rolling their eyes. Literally exactly what I'm like. It's just like roll eyes. Yeah, sure, buddy.
Surtur speaks up next. As chief military official of the mercenary company currently employed within the King of the Wood Elven's domain, we represent the strength in military might that is willing to die to defend the Wood Elven people from any oncoming threats. We represented a biased third party. The king actually nods to Surtur. Surtur nods back. The prince then gestures down the table to Bub. Due to the current standstill of the affairs, I have deemed it in the best interest to invite two third-party candidates that are completely neutral, uninvolved within the current proceedings. I do hope that their presence and their information will be quite paramount in changing agreements or positions within this domain. I represent Ser Bub, Druid of the Moon, Embassy and Diplomat to the Blue Dragon, and Lady Eleanor Chrysanthemum, currently exiled from her own family home and on an expedition empowered and employed upon by the King of Asterium. As such, we believe that her traveling expedition will apply excellent information to the state of the affairs outside of the Wood Elven Kingdom. With them are their seconds, the Lon Asilius Guillemets of the House of Guillemets. His insight into the kingdom of King's Landing, the Southlanding people, should prove paramount in assisting us in these situations, should he choose to give it. Additionally, respectively, we have Gilnas Armand, a representative currently exiled from the realm of Reynold, however, within the employ of the current expedition, employed by the King of Asterium. He is a master craftsman who has bested certain individuals within the High Elven Kingdom. We believe his insight will be paramount as well.
So, I'll hold up a finger as well. It finishes. And say, the mind I had that, well, this is not official business for them, for him rather. I am War Chief of the land of Munster. And so, should the need arise, I can provide insight on that side of the realm.
If you are offering said information, we will appreciate it given. Would you like to offer that information and currently put it upon the table now?
So, think about it and say, right now, I'd like to stay as an observer until the time is right for me to give you information.
Understood. Should you change your mind, simply wait for the time to be addressed and we will allow you to introduce that information as a topic of discussion. Until then, it is off the table. Understood. There is a round of quiet agreements of understood.
I know characters like, yeah, like I know some stuff, but like I know nothing on like what's happening right now. So like,
Yeah, we're
what should
completely
I
in
tell
the
you
dark
right
at the
now,
moment.
you
We
know?
don't know anything.
Yeah,
It's fine. You're literally walking into the middle of a conversation, essentially.
exactly.
That's the point.
But I was like, yeah, we're done, Mr. King.
So we could actually cause like hundreds of thousands of people to die, no pressure.
It's okay, they're only elves.
That's
Bob
right.
just like starts using stuff and goes, if it's the will of the forest, thy God's will be done.
Literally that though. Not gonna lie. The fourth is like, yeah, I'm not so keen about elves anymore. Then it's time.
Moral
It's like-
conundrum. If the blue dragon goes against nature, what will you do?
But dragons are literally like emissaries of nature. So they're like gods.
No, you're not answering my question. If the blue dragon is going against nature, what will you do?
my loyalty to my dragon or my purpose?
I literally don't know.
That Bob's head explodes.
His head
Yeah,
explodes.
basically.
His head explodes and confetti
It's not
sprays
confused.
out.
It's not compute.
Honestly, that's like the Peter Griffin early joke of him going, Ernest goes to camp, Ernest doesn't go to camp. You have 10 minutes before closing, pick something. He's like, I don't know.
Alrighty. Shortly after that is mentioned, the king nods again and gestures towards Frederick. Thank you, Your Highness. I would also like to introduce my current officials that I have also welcomed within this current discussion. I have welcomed within Centurion, as I believe his position as a Wood Elven war chief as well as general of your armies will prove most insightful as a counter-argument to the current mercenary group of Surdus Domain. I have additionally brought with me my second Harkin, as I believe his scholarly debates and scholarly information will be quite valuable to this discussion. Centurion stands, salutes. I hope that my insight into the most recent current defense arrangement with the Green Drake will prove insightful. With that, he sits back down. Harkin doesn't even rise. He barely looks up from the book he's reading, and continues speaking. Yes, if you have need of my scholarly insights while you're breathing hot air at each other, simply call my name a bit loudly, louder than you're yelling at each other, and I should look up. Surtur slams his hand on the table. You will give them respect, old man. I only hear hot air. I don't hear my name.
Beast.
Surtur glares, but the king raises one hand, gently makes a no gesture with it, and Surtur slowly sits down. With that having been said, the current discussions are as such. Whether we shall choose to defense and arm ourselves against the oncoming threats of the Southlanders and the potentially oncoming threats of the lands of monsters, or whether we should form a pact of aggression against such threats. The prince himself believes that we must defend ourselves and arm ourselves against the oncoming threats that he believes will be coming in the near future. I myself believe that an act of true peace and the potential chance for the olive branch should be reconsidered once again. Currently, the discussion has been at its fever pitch and indefinitely on hold, going in circles until this current time. Now, please speak. As there's a bit of quiet in the room, Lord Frederick, slowly puts down his wine glass and speaks. I believe that the normal arrangement of simply asking for one of us to speak first, and thus playing our hand first, would be quite insightful, I think that instead, asking the newcomers to the table their opinions on the current topics at hand that you have just mentioned would prove more insightful, my lord. The king nods. The prince nods as well. Well then, Ser Bub, Druid of the Moon, Emissary of the Blue Dragon, what say you? What is your opinion on these talks?
Pressure no jutsu. Yeah, so I'm still confused what the topic is. So Bub will be confused about what the topic is.
You could just vocalize that confusion.
Bub says, well, I'm honored to be here as a neutral party to try to help whatever problems there are. I like to do dirty jobs myself. So if there's work that needs to get done, then I'm your guy. Or I'm your kobold.
Surtur nods at your words, Bub. Kobolds love doing dirty deeds. That's what they're good for. Come now. Kobolds are far more intelligent and resourceful than what the men give them credit for. I thought you said you'd be waiting for your name to speak. I only hear hot air. It's quite hot in here.
Oh shit, dude. Dragonborn's been dropping the truth here.
The Earthwalker actually turns to you, Bub.
Apologies if you do not seem to quite understand. The current topics of discussion are whether we should wage war against our neighbors, who are arming themselves and preparing for war themselves, or whether we should reach out to them in this form of diplomacy. Currently, we are at a standstill.
Their neighbors being out of game.
Their neighbors being the Land of Monsters and King's Landing.
And Asterion.
And
Wait,
Asterion.
all of them? Literally all of them.
That's their neighbors. They're
so
surrounded,
Bubbles
essentially.
looks totally confused and says, I've traveled through some of these lands recently, but this comes as a complete and total surprise to me. Why is this happening?
Lord Frederick looks over towards Prince Faerundir, who nods in his direction. I've been traveling between Asterium and Nebulum for quite some time. I recently made a pilgrimage to the lands of King's Landing, hoping to attend a ball with his lordship. However, the ball has been put on hold. As such, his lordship sent me over towards the land of monsters and over towards the savage lands so that I might properly evaluate the situations that were unfolding right outside the borders. From my interactions and my travelings of the countrysides, I have seen many areas on edge, and I have seen that the land of monsters, a recent settlement has popped up that has been dabbling in warfare. As such, they are a border village, and they are dabbling in warfare and machinations of war, and it is potentially a sign of aggression to be interpreted as such. It should be considered as a cautionary measure. Additionally, Asterium has been arming itself with magical bombardments and magical encampments for quite some time. They seem prepared not for aggression, but for an ultimate defense.
Yeah, so Bub is gonna just kind of sit at attention, thinking for a moment. And he's gonna look to DeLon and then to Gildas, and he says, So everybody's preparing for war, but we don't know any of their intentions?
You see as the king nods, speaking up. Precisely. They could be preparing for war against an oncoming threat. They could be preparing themselves, for instance. We have no proof nor any resources to inform us that they are intending to aggress upon us. To aggress and escalate things further in such a way would be a paramount to a declaration of war on our end. We have not received such declarations ourselves, therefore I believe that we should communicate with them, seek out whether we are truly to be aggressed upon in the near future.
Yeah, so Bub kind of like... I'm not sure if kobolds have lips, but he kind of licks that part, like, in thinking, and he says, Have you noticed any strange behaviors in your travels? Like, people were more on edge or violent? Like, they weren't in control of themselves?
Of course. These are tense times. The farmers are less trustworthy. The mercenary groups and the soldiers seem on edge, and many citizens are riled up. Within the land of monsters especially, they are more ornery and more antagonistic and barbaric than usual. The only realm within which I have traveled which carries on as if nothing has been happening is precisely King's Landing within the farmlands themselves. Within the city of King's Landing, there is an aura of peace, but there is also a sensation of tension, as there have been recent changes in the guard orders and the rotations, which are disturbing to some of the commoners, as well as some of the nobility within the realm.
Yes, Bob, if I may speak up, I can give information on King's Landing's feelings on the time, should you wish.
Please do.
Thank you. Delon will politely stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, as you said, I am Sir Delon Silas-Guillemey. I'm here to help my compatriot in any way that I can. As for the information on King's Landing, I can state as someone fairly close to, at one point, to the Templar Order, and having recently spoken with someone in there, they are well aware that there is a feeling of tenseness in the air. There is a current issue with diplomatic relations with Renault at this time, And based on that aspect, there is a tense fear at the moment. As he kind of glances to Gildas and gives him like a nod. Outside of that factor, King's Landing is a welcoming place. We are more than happy to exchange a conversation, but I have been studying the history of the Elvish War and the Human War some 30 years ago. And I've made both of my stays in the wonderful High Elven city, the beautiful enclave, moonlit enclave, and he glances towards interior. He's glancing basically everyone who represents whatever. And this one, and Lunaria currently here. I have made a collection of notes. I have made notes to titles. I have a book with all its quotations and marks, and I've come to a clear understanding of the situation. I know 30 years ago there was a meeting of some such here, when he seemed to communicate. At the time, I believe, your Excellency, King Sylvanas, you were here at that time. You were still the reigning king at that time, and you adhered to this council. I do not know if you recall it, but I wish to make mention of it. I think it's imperative if you wish me to go on.
The king actually speaks up and nods in your direction, Delon. Yes, this talk has been referenced multiple times already. I have used it myself as a proof that when we have rushed into things headlong without merely even considering the actions of diplomacy, it has gone poorly for our people. I wish to avoid such things in the future.
Thank you. As do I. I bring attention to this situation because I believe there's a fundamental issue in our forms of diplomacy. The messaging is all wrong. At the time, in your position, Your Excellency, you were hearing both the High Elf and the Sylvan peoples as their opinion of the situation. As noted at the time, to quote, if I recall correctly, it is none of our business to pursue, and he actually tries to verbatim at that time, it is not our business to involve ourselves with them. Let them build their wool, or let them build their situations. What the Southlanders do is none of our quarrel, end quote. And if I recall correctly, the Enclave's response at that time was, if there is to no issue, and they as non-believers do not seek us out as council, we will retaliate and treat it as they have injured the forest. I have two miscounters on that. One, the High Elf said he did not agree in any form to send any messaging. They did not care to do so at that time, which proved quite difficult. And as the Enclave, that is quite simply not how this works. In your culture speaking, with all due respect, and my time and spending in it, I've read your articles, I've read your books, I've spoke with one of your priestesses at the time, I have met with your patriarchs and your matriarchs and your wonderful people. I even can speak and read in Sylvan, and if you wish me to do so, I can utilize that skill to show that I am not bluffing. I can speak Elven, I can speak Sylvan, should that need arise. Go ahead.
You see as the prince gives you a look. Proof of your abilities and literacy as well as fluency within the dialect is unneeded. I believe I speak for everyone here when I say that we are all well aware of the qualifications of everyone within this table.
I see. I just wanted to be thorough in this so that you understand the situation. Thank you.
We appreciate your attention to detail. Uluru stands up, her tail flicking her chair back behind her.
Mm-hmm. She's bored.
Uluru didn't say any of that.
No, at the time I believe you're correct, Lady Uluru. At the time, the representative of the Enclave was, I believe you said something. He was just a random name. You didn't. It wasn't given a name at the time. I do not believe it was not. It was not Uluru. That's why I know.
It was not Uluru. As you're wondering who the representative at the time was, Erantir actually speaks up. The representative at the time was one Elatir Ulurus, matriarch of the Enclave.
Ah, I see. I.
She's right, by the way. If people want to learn our culture, it's up to them to show the initiative and learn. That's how we are. If you learn, you learn. If you stupid, you're stupid.
I do not. With all due respect, Lady Uluru, that is not the proper custom for King's Landing. And to clarify the King's Landing standpoint, we did send a message. We sent a bard from the College of Bard, a good emissary. He was chewed up and spit out with a bloodied lie. As far as we were concerned, that was the Force answer.
No bard reached us. No bard was chewed up by the woods.
Actually, the king raises an eyebrow. A bard diplomat. This is the first I have heard of this. Have you heard of any such thing, Your Highness? The prince, with standing but with one hand on the table, shakes his head. If there was a bard that had walked within the woods, we would have heard of it and seen of it. The rangers were on guards at all rotations. There was no bard that walked within the woods.
That cannot be. The records dictate otherwise.
We have seen no bard. We have no records of any bard being within the wood. The very first interactions we had with you Southlanders was an act of pure aggression, as your men on horseback charged in, blades raised, the lights of your gods being charged and thrust upon us, burning our crops and murdering our people. Were it not for the forest zone protection, many more Elvins would have died. Instead, we managed to push you all back and fortify ourselves against future encroachments.
That record does not fit in our perspective at that point in time. In the timeline that's presented, we were first attacked at night. Our farmers were attacked. They were threatened at first, and they were met the bloody mess, and the encroachment of nature followed, swallowing up the village as it came. Then that's why we sent, according to the records, sent out a bard who wandered into the forest, was willing to meet with whoever it was, and a bloody lie was sent back, was all was found of him. At that point, it was considered aggression. And
I have it on good authority that you attacked our people first. This is why the acts of fortifying ourselves against further aggressions, as the men and women outside of our borders are arming themselves, is the most peaceful situation we can have. We are not seeking aggression. We simply seek to defend ourselves against the aggressors, who have proven themselves to be aggressors once before in the past.
I am not insinuating any of that. I'm just trying to understand the context and the facts. Even in my research, there are gaps in this moment. I realize that, and I'm trying to make you aware that that could also be true.
I studied this situation endlessly. I even requested, bought books, learned your tongue, so that I might understand your records. Your records seem to paint you as the victors. Your men outside have a phrase, do they not? Is this not correct, Harkin? History is written by the victors, yes? This is a phrase outside these walls. Ah, my name is spoken. Yes, that is a phrase commonly used. However, as a scholar, I would highly recommend a lowering of hostilities when discussing knowledge in scholarly debates. You'll learn nothing if you point daggered words at each other. You'll learn everything if you point
dull daggers instead.
Again, I meant no offense. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of this. I'm trying to explore this idea and concept. I don't believe that your people did so aggressively. I just think there is a point in time when there wasn't properly communicated. On other side, I don't know who started what. And I believe in you completely that you studied this incessantly. And I thank you for that effort. I truly do. If I'm just trying to structure it in the manner of King's Landing's perspective. If I'm wrong, so be it. But it would be distasteful of me to speak otherwise. Forgive me, I do love my country, but I am not blind to any weaknesses that would come from it. You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. I mean no disrespect.
You know what, Marshall?
Hmm.
Yeah, before that, before you go, it's like, no, we clearly have like King's Landing perspective, like the Savage Lands perspective, but like you have like a nebulous man, like a Reynoldian man, like in the same room. So like,
Mm-hmm.
what do the other countries like know of like what happened? You see,
That's a fair.
I mean, technically we're all like Southlanders, but to them, but
All
like clearly
Southlanders.
like Reynold doesn't really King's Landing in high esteem, so I doubt they would embellish like any victory or anything. Like
Roll a history
probably
roll is what I'd say.
right.
Huzzah!
History go.
History. Ho! 16.
16.
So with a 16, Gillas, what is taught of that of the Elven King's Landing War in Reynold is mostly that it was a border dispute between King's Landing and the Fey people of the Elves, essentially. It's still fairly recent, so most people in Reynold are still will just kind of talk about it with what they've heard through the grapevine. Reynold doesn't have a lot of good details. Most of what they've just heard is that, as far as King's Landing tells it, which considering it's Reynold, they say this with a huge grain of salt because they weren't there essentially, and they just assume King's Landing were being sore losers. King's Landing says they were struck first, and they simply retaliated. Lots of Reynoldians, though, had no part in it. The one thing Reynolds thinks is the best thing that ever came was the wall going up. Because it shut the whole damn problem up permanently.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Also,
So
it was the Queen's idea, so they all approve.
right. So essentially, I got nothing to add. Due to know.
Not at this time.
Alright. So
Let's
go
see.
ahead.
As there's a brief lull in the conversation, Lord Frederick actually cuts a blood sausage, finishes chewing it, and wipes his lips very carefully before speaking. If I might, clearly there is a error in the two reportings of the situation. Perhaps the current situation could be founded upon if you were to, instead of comparing and arguing whose notes are more accurate, you could compare the events themselves and point your direction in the gaze of where that correlation, that problem originates from. Perhaps the source of the event, the true conflict that you are debating against, lies within that cursory event. After all, as far as Delan is saying it, King's Landing sent a bard. Your lordship, if I might, you say there was no bard received, you as well, my lord. And Ullerus, if I may, you say that there was no bard that ever was eaten by the forest and spit out. So by all accounts, the bard is a phantom incident. It is the spark that ignited a powder keg, if you will. Perhaps the bard should be investigated. Well said, well said. I was hoping they'd argue a little more before reaching that point.
And thank you, Lord Frederick. With all due respect, I agree. Perhaps there is an inconsistency here, and I would be more than happy to work with you. I too wish to know the truth of this endeavor. But Your Excellency did ask me what King's Landing's protocol is for a situation like this. There is a unfortunate communication error between the groups of elven people and King's Landing. We would usually send an emissary, a bard, someone to greet you. To speak on Lady Ulura's account, how will we reach a city that we have no idea exists in the first place? And if we cannot know of its own existence, how do we reach it? You wish us first to stumble in the dark, is it dark, and eventually find our way to a city we are not allowed to reach to, that would need a chief blood huntress in order to enter in the first place, if we knew that it existed in the first place. Not counting the Onis, the swamp illusions, the great green dragon and his many games, the possible many flowers and creatures that want to devour you, and the many different ways to getting there. That is not realistic for a compromise.
It is absolutely realistic if you wish to learn the truth. One must go on a painful pilgrimage and be reborn within the forest if you wish to become a follower of the moon.
But they don't. But our people just want to not die from from any people? That's the point I'm trying to get at.
The moon will protect you if it protects you. If you didn't, you weren't worthy anyways.
I rest my case. Antoine will just politely sit down.
The king waits till everyone is sat back down before nodding again. Regardless of the incidents of the past, perhaps we could move this conversation back towards the current conundrum. We are discussing whether we should arm ourselves for defensemen and due to the oncoming threats from borders outside and the armaments of our neighbors, or whether we should remain currently as our arms are and simply seek diplomacy. Or whether we should arm ourselves and seek diplomacy at the same time. One should never seek diplomacy with their neighbors if you do not have the strength to back your own defensemen. Why come to a diplomacy table in a weakened position? You're essentially asking for them to take everything from you at that point. Thank you, sir.
Shakes his head. This is a disaster. King's Landing's armaments at this time, based on what I know and what I've spoken to, are not focused on the Savage Lands. As far as the many nobles in King's Landing are concerned, at least at this point, and our current lack of a king and leader, the Savage Lands is not of worry. That is not the reason why they are arming themselves.
The prince actually points a quill in your direction.
Mm-hmm.
Could you repeat that? You said you do not currently have a king.
At this time of the death of the king and queen, he's actually going to recite their names politely. One who died in battle, and the other who died in rest and sickness. At this time, King's Landing does not have a current king. That's where the main conflict is.
This is an interesting development. Why does King's Landing the Realm of Kings have no king?
Because...
And most importantly, why is this the first that fell upon my ear?
I would have been more than happy to instruct on that information, and I'd be more than happy to answer anything else. But to answer your first, Your Excellency, it is why I have joined Serbab, and why I joined Lady Chrysanthemum's journey, and as a help. I am a knight, current knight in King's Landing, betrothed to the Pearl Lady in her service, but my main quest at this time is in search for the King's Glaive. That is why there's no king.
Surtur, is this correct? Is this why King's Landing has no king? You are a Southlander yourself, are you not? I am not a Southlander, but I know of their people. Yes, they have a toy, a item, an artifact they can place magnificent significance upon. This mighty relic will appear within the chosen disciples' hands and announce them as a mighty God-given king. Or so the stories go.
It is not a toy.
It is a mighty relic, a fable, an artifact of golden tales of bygone eras.
That is currently lost at this time, which is why the King's Landing people believe with the crown delivered to the person, they are given divine right to lead. Without it, there is a current dispute of who is running King's Landing. That's why the armaments are there, Your Excellencies. Not over your worry of the Savage Lands. That's not their current fear. If anything, we're worried more on their neighbors. Worry of what Renaud is up to. And with all due respect, Lord Frederick, we also worry of what Nebulum could be up to at this time.
Understood. And as I have been informing multiples of your countrymen, Nebulum has no interest in interfering nor antagonizing its neighbors. It is quite content to remain as it always will be and always shall be. We have no interest in becoming king or meddling in the affairs of those who would wish to become king.
But I understand. Thank you. But to answer Your Excellency question, it and Lord Suitor's remarks, it is of great significance to our people, my people, and in such, it would be without dispute the next in line. At this time, however, we are not certain, and an uncertainty breeds tension and fear. It is why I'm on the quest.
As you're speaking, a Rantir raises her hand up, gently speaks. If I might, Lady Eleanor Chrysanthemum, is he correct in saying this? You have been traveling with his group. Your group has been through many of the lands. Are the South Landing people really obsessed with this crown, as he says? I would wish to have the information of an elf. Eleanor nods, slowly stands up and places one hand on the table. Yes, the people of men place very incredibly high importance upon this item they deem the King's Glaive. It is of paramount importance to them and their people. It serves the same religious significance to them as the heart of Sylviana does for us. Does this suffice? Irantir simply gives a nod and basically rolls her wrist over to the king, who nods back to her, and she nods back to Eleanor, where Eleanor slowly sits down. With the context that it is a religious artifact of holy significance, I believe that the current information about the Kingsglaive is understandable. It is also understandable why we have not heard that they have had no king up until this time. The process of anointing a new king seems to be a complicated, holy affair.
Yes. Thank you for understanding. I am finished. If there are any further questions, please don't hesitate.
Of course. We appreciate your information.
Of course, Your Excellency. It is my honor to relate anything of my people.
He nods, and he gestures to Earthwalker and Earthmother. Tell me, what does the forest within the lands of Lunaria say about the aggressions of its neighbors? What do the elements speak to us?
The elements of earth, air, and water deem that the world itself is in turmoil, and a threat is indeed coming. The elements of fire and lightning also deem that there is a tumultuous, terrible threat coming from the south.
Surtur nods. See? There is a threat coming from the south. The Southlanders are a threat to you. The elements agree with this.
Bob. Maybe you want to tell him about the dragon?
Bob is getting dinner, so he's correct.
Oh, that's true. Oh no! Oh no! Talk about the black dragon and the blight coming, bro.
While Bub is too busy gobbling down some food, having candy. He's got a plate full of candy. I'll just say that.
He does. The whole old person candy jar with the glass and everything.
And if you look closely at Lord Frederick, he actually just has like in his cloak he has like a jar of candy with
Frederick
little.
is a feeder.
But as they say this, the king nods slowly with a worried glance. If the elements themselves are saying that there is a threat coming from the south, this cannot be denied. This is why I believe that we should reach out to the south, implore to them that we are of no danger and we have no desire in warfare with them. We still mourn the loss of our brethren, our sisters, our childrens, our mothers and our fathers. We are in no position for war.
You know what? I raise my hand and say, I'm not ever gonna wait for him to give me like the permission. I'll say that the elements only tells you that the threat is coming from the south, but who's to say the threat is truly King's Landing? It could be Asterium for, well, no, Nebulum for all we know. Could even be Reynold or Grocaster. It could even come from beyond our lands, further south. The element specifically say that King's Landing was the one who would be a threat to you.
The elements specify a threat from the south. Elements are dogmatic in their meanings. If they say there is a threat from the south, there is one. It is up to us to use the information given to us.
So let's say if the threat is coming from the south, then seeing as you want better diplomatic relations with the south neighbors, perhaps you should extend it to all regions in the south.
What do you think of this, my prince? I think extending this many offers of peace to this many foreign countries that are currently unknown entities is a dangerous gamble, and one I would not be willing to settle upon as of yet. They have proven themselves treacherous and antagonistic in their methods. They call us savages, yet they know not of our culture.
Let me ask you then, do we, as Southlander, know you to the extent you know us? No, we don't. So essentially, unless either of us make the first move, we'll stay at a standstill. go back and forth into a circular argument about, well, not wanting to go to do anything because we don't know the other.
I
Then we'll go to war for, well, stupid reason. Or nay. What's the word again? Blah, blah, blah. Misunderstanding.
Surtur nods. I agree with the Southlander from Reynolds. If we simply pussyfoot around here all day long, debating and arguing whether we should seek diplomacy or fight or not, they'll be on our doorstep before we even realize it. It is up to us to take the initiative. In many times, the one who takes the initiative is the one who reaps the most benefits. In warfare, however, sometimes the one who makes the aggression pact first reaps the greatest benefits. Other times, if you make the aggression pact first and they understand and knew that you were going to do so, you're simply falling into a trap. This is why, in our current position of uninformative, we must defend ourselves and rally our troops. Empower ourselves, make ourselves a position of strength, and only then, once we have strength, do we reach out for diplomacy. This way, once the diplomacy talks truly happen, they cannot strong-arm us, for they'll find the muscles within our arms too strong to bend.
Question remains, how do you strong arm someone you don't know?
Irantir slowly speaks up.
Sylviana would not wish to have quarreling and infighting to this degree amongst her children. I think I speak for all of us when I say that all of us here have no desire for war.
Speak for yourself, girl.
All of us sans one have no desire for war. In that case, perhaps it would be most civil to reach the compromise that Surtur is offering. Foreigner he may be, but he has proven quite instrumental in the defense of the Wood Elves up until this time. He has been protecting us quite liberally. He has been very loyal to our cause up until this time.
The prince actually nods towards Centurion. This is actually the reason I brought him here. You are the war chief of the Wood Elven people. You are their head general. What say you? What of Surtur's tactics? What of his abilities as a leader and as a military officer? Centurion sighs, rolls his eyes, and slowly stands up. He does a salute before waiting to be dismissed, to which the king nods, and Centurion nods back. As far as I am concerned, Surtur is a brilliant, brutal, and efficient commander and military officer. However, that being said, his tactics favor victory above all else. Surtur will consistently sacrifice whatever means necessary to achieve the victory at hand. I would remind you all not to burn the fields for the forest.
Burning forest should only be done in a controlled state.
Surtur actually nods, looking towards Uluru. Precisely. What you call burning the fields for the forest is simply a controlled forest fire. Your forest will grow back greater, larger, more vibrant than before. I'm not so callous as you think I am. For instance, very recently, during the Green Drake attack, I did not wish to have the men of the Wood Elf and people suffer great losses, nor see your children and your daughters cry for their men. So I had your men flank, as they were in the best position to do so. My men, who knew exactly what they're leaving behind,
bore the brunt of the Green Drake's barrage of blows and fire. And we put our whole trust in you to make sure that you did your end of the deal, that you would properly flank the creature and leave us an opening so that I might slay the beast.
Right, when you did all that. But had there not been any healer's den in Lunaria, how many men do you think would have died this day?
I had factored in the healer's den well before in the instant when I made that tactical decision. I had understood the proximity of the attack and the battle to the healer's den, as well as I had understood the qualifying factors of the healer's den's personnel. Erandir, you can account for my very liberal barrage of questions to your healer's den personnel on their capabilities, simply 2 months before. Yes, he has been quite liberal in asking of our healing capabilities while we were here.
But should it be an excuse to throw your men to the slaughter like that?
What you call an excuse is simply a tactical decision. You call it throwing them to the slaughter, I call it a calculated risk, where the losses could and would be easily mitigated should it be a success.
Mm-hmm. Would you
Should it be a
would you do
success?
the same against the armies of the Southlands then? Knowing that they will vastly outnumber you.
Tactics against men who outnumber you requires guerrilla warfare tactics, hit-and-run tactics, and sabotaging of supply lines. The tactics I would use against numbers that greatly overwhelm our own would be superiorly different to those that I would attack against a Green Drake.
So I turned to Dalan and
Mhm.
say, "Well, you're more well in military tactics than I am. So, what do you make of all this?"
I'm gonna roll history.
Alrighty.
Getting bonus because night and all that crap.
You get advantage.
So I mean, it's nice and all to go all guerrilla tactics, but
Yeah.
when you have I don't know, kingdoms or who can go full Vietnam on you.
That's like a 20 in history.
Yep. So, what are you looking for with a 20 in history? What were you thinking
So
about?
basically, I'm looking at him. I'm looking and I'm trying to look through all the history, all my time in tactics, all my Templar training. I'm looking at him tactically. I'm basically trying to, what are you getting out of this? What are you getting out of this? History repeats itself on occasion. I've seen this. It's kind of like I've seen this kind of tactics before. This kind of level before. I've seen this. What am I forgetting? There has to be someone that was kind of like this before. They used something similar, spoke similar. There has to have been.
You're trying to figure out who he was before, essentially.
Yes. I think actually that's the best way I'm going to get into this argument is the man. Not necessarily, because I can argue tactics with him all day, means to an end, he can just switch it. But I understand the man. It's basically, okay, we want to play war, let's play war. Let me know the man.
With a 20, you don't know a specific person. That would be very similar to how Surtur is now. It's entirely possible that there could have been somebody who was a miraculous commander of like a mercenary company in some corner of the world that King's Landing did not know of. However, these are tactics one would learn in an academy or from a master. He sounds similar, I would say, he sounds similar to Sir Henry of Warwickstead when he discusses tactics, actually. Or like Sir Henry or Darius, if you will. He's similar to those two. Many of the ways he talks and considers warfare is similar to those, which both of those are King's Landing commanders and military leaders.
So
Let's
it's
speak
heavily.
to him.
You believe that he might have studied under a King's Landing military officer at some point, but you don't know who.
Understood. Got it. Circulus. Does make me think. Delon will stand up, putting his one hand, emulating what Eleanor does when they speak. Lord Suitor, a curious, considering your tactic, is a curious question. Where did you learn all this?
Wouldn't you like to know?
I would, because these tactics are not simple ones. Now, I've heard men like you speak. Same men that I'm sure you're more than eager to strike at in the Southlands. A great commander named Darius Wolfwood, or Sir Henry of Warwickstead. Running quite a bit more precise and vicious, but I know that kind of speak. You were trained well in your manners. And just so, your tactics are quite, to answer you, so this is quite excellent. But there is a level of, how do you say, heartlessness in it. Seems quite interesting that a man who is so ready to attack the Southlands, who claims to not be one, you use the same, but more than willing to use their tactics in a more aggressive manner. So, what kind of a man are you, Lord Suitor? I'm just trying to decide. I've heard many rumors, and I'd like to hear from the man himself.
Surtur actually, still standing, slowly walks away from the table, reaches into the pack, takes out a goblet, walks over a little bit away to a bit of where a flagon of brandy is, pours himself a glass, and turns to you, Delon. What kind of a man am I? I am power. I am resourcefulness. I am tactics. I am strength. I am the ability to do what no one else will. And the willpower to never let a single decision falter. No matter how many times I have lost, no matter what I have lost at, I do not take it. I do not simply pity or grovel in my loss. I evaluate. I reevaluate. I look upon what I have lost, why I lost. I look inwards, and I make sure to overcome it, to grow stronger for every loss, and every success I perform is another lesson.
I see. That's quite the bravado. No less for a red dragonborn. But I will say this, with all due respect to your excellencies. If should you use these tactics against King's Landing or the Southlands, I do not want to speak for Renauld or Gloucester, as we have no representative of Gloucester, though they are good neighbors of King's Landing. And I do not wish to speak for Nebulum, but should you use these tactics on King's Landing, we may not have a king, but we will fight you to the last man, and we will use those same tactics against you. The only difference, we'd have honor, gallantry, and mercy.
Lord Frederick gives a surprisingly bittersweet smile as he simply swirls his goblet. Mercy.
Aye. One of our greatest tenets.
The other two are stronger. Against a man such as Surtur, you will find that your mercy will be bent and tested.
Surtur will show you mercy only when you beg for it. You will give a man mercy should he simply ask for it.
Aye.
You
There's
said
no-
you do not wish to speak of Nebulum. And
Yeah.
while I do not usually like to speak of the methods that Nebulum uses within its borders, I believe that they might prove insightful here. I would highly recommend that if you were to go to war against the Wood Elves, they have years, long lifespans, plenty of time to hold grudges. Do not offer them mercy. Excuse me? I am simply here as an emissary to both sides. I'm saying that if the Wood Elves and the High Elves and the Enclave were given mercy, they'll hold that resentment till the end of time. Meanwhile, the sons of men will have moved on and forgotten and become complacent in their peace. And then another man like Surtur will come, and he'll inspire and pull on the heartstrings of those bitter old men. We'll be right back where we are. My dear boy, I'm afraid you might have had too much to drink. Perhaps. Mercy simply gets me melancholy. The king slowly looks to Surtur. Would you use their mercy against them? If it is tactically useful to do so, I would.
I just embellish it so they can believe it.
Mm-hmm.
The prince slowly sits down. I still believe that arming ourselves defensively is the best tactic. We have no need to seek peace with people, lest we reveal and tip our hand. Simply arm ourselves beforehand and be ready in case our borders are attacked upon.
Bub, you weren't here at the time, but I would probably bring up maybe, they brought up the South issue. Maybe bring up the whole, like, light that is coming and the Black Dragon.
Yeah, so I could have brought that up earlier, but I wanted to wait to see.
Yeah.
Okay, what's actually going on here? Like,
Yeah.
it's not like everybody's completely ignorant here.
True.
Yeah, basically everyone here is aware of a oncoming threat. They're very heavily in disagreement of what the threat is, as well as how to handle it. There's basically three options here. Surtur wants to arm themselves for defense and seek diplomacy only once they've proven themselves in a strong position to do so.
Defense in quotes.
Prince Faerundir is essentially saying, screw the diplomacy with the Southlanders for now. Arm ourselves defensively and wait. Bide our time. Basically, do what Asterium's doing.
Yeah.
And the king himself is saying, either pick Surtur's path or come honestly and come honestly with peace.
Mm-hmm.
He seems worried that if coming with peace while having an army behind you would come across as aggression.
All right, well, out of game, this is my question. So, obviously, I can tell him the truth, but would that be to our advantage? What do you guys think?
I already more or less implied there was like something more than just the countries.
Yeah.
Like, I said, yeah, the threat is coming from the south, but like, the limits haven't said like it was King's Landing specifically. So if you wanted to, you could just like be more specific.
Mm-hmm.
Like. Also, it's Bub. Like, yeah. What would Bub do in this situation? Would he care about that, or would he just be like, nature problem?
So he's trying to listen because he's trying to be a better diplomat. But yeah, I mean, ultimately, nature takes precedence.
So it's like, if it's like, okay, we're getting away from the problem, this is kind of the problem, that's what you need to decide. I respect that. He could always just like lean over and ask Delon or
Yeah,
Gildas.
so Bub's gonna say, okay, I think I understand. There's a lot of rival packs of wolves, and they're all sharpening their claw. And so that puts you on edge. I do think it is wise to be prepared. But I think first, you all need to be aware of what exactly you're preparing for. And I'm just gonna look to Delon and Gildas, to see, like, should I tell them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Delon's gonna glance to Gildas. I'm assuming they both look at each other and give a nod. He's gonna glance to Eleanor.
Eleanor immediately gives you a nod, as if wondering why you're waiting this long.
Yeah. Delon nods once he gets her okay, and he glances back to everyone's okay, and he goes to Bub. Go ahead, Bub. Give it all you've got. And he gives him, and I'm gonna give him a wink, and you get a D6 heroic inspiration.
Roar!
Roll that fizzle beef.
I don't really have diplomacy.
Whatever you gotta do, it doesn't matter.
Nature.
Roll nature,
Persuasion.
Nature.
persuasion, or nature, whatever you gotta do.
GM's discretion.
I
Yeah.
say roll persuasion for this.
Let's do it, baby. I believe in you.
Come up by 0.
And you do actually have advantage because you're a druid in this situation.
Nice.
They give
Plus
your
6, baby.
words a lot more
Okay,
weight
and you
than
said
others.
a D6.
Yeah,
D6, baby.
Let's see if I roll higher than a 1 this time. I did.
Yes.
that's a 22.
22.
That's... All right, everyone. You have every reason to be on edge, but there's something I need to tell you all. My companions and I, during our travels, we have come across several instances of a corruptive force within nature itself. There were 2 such occasions where, and I'm going to explain, let's see, what kind of, it was the temple of,
Bridget.
Bridget.
Tiamat. Corpse flower, basically.
So I'm going to explain, as an example, we fought this creature and this creature, and there was the temple. And I'm going to explain that in some detail. And I say, as we went around stopping these corruptive forces in nature, certain, and I'm going to describe the red robe figures, began trying to kill us. It wasn't until we had gone to visit
The Enclave, basically.
Yeah, the Drow Enclave. I was trying to remember what they called themselves.
Sylvan Enclave, whatever it was.
Yeah, the Sylvan Enclave with the Drow. That, well,
Yeah.
it was so messy, but they tried to kill us again by kidnapping us and sacrificing us. And I'm gonna explain like their weird blood ritual circle. And I said,
And they
that's
kidnapped
when
young
we
girl.
learned that at the other side was the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon has been trying to send across a corruptive force across the lands. And I think that's what is causing some people to lose their minds. Now, you're probably wondering how I knew to go find this stuff. Well, I don't even know how long it's been. It's been months, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a good, I'd say roughly 6 months since your first vision.
Okay.
Months ago, I received a vision and a dream from nature about this large, looming corruption, like a fog, a living fog, coming from, it was from the north, right?
From the
north.
south.
Okay, coming from the south, as it enshrouded all the lands, and everyone got corrupted by it. I've been traveling across the lands to warn everybody about this blight. Now that we know what the blight is coming from, I've been doing everything I can to tell people to be prepared, but it seems like people who we haven't gone to have been taking up arms. I find it really strange. I think that our enemies have been making moves this entire time.
So as you finish, the king has his hands steepled in front of him, and seems incredibly deep in thought. You mentioned the Black Dragon, correct?
Yes.
Are you positive the Black Dragon attempted to enter within our domain?
Absolutely. There's no way I can be mistaken.
Uluru, has the forest and the heart of the forest sensed any such a disturbance?
Yeah, there was a really dark presence in a castle. It's gone now.
The prince actually looks to Surtur. Have you heard of any such things? You are a red dragonborn. Your dragon resides within Nebulum, as your dragon was close with this one. Have you heard of any such things? The red dragon and the black dragon have not been on talking terms for many, many years. The red dragon, if he were to ever even witness the black dragon, would gut him where he stands. You are lucky that the red dragon does not consider such an insinuation as a declaration of war.
Declaration of war? What? Danger shows up. War!
Well, essentially, the prince just basically asked if Surtur was one of those operatives working as a villain,
okay.
essentially.
Got it. Okay, sorry. I missed that context.
You're good. Yeah, he said it without saying it, essentially.
Yeah.
But dude, he gives shit to his men for like talking instead of him, but like Surtur does the same with the red dragon. Well, like, come on. Man.
Right. Delon, Delon will wait until if he's called upon.
The prince nods slowly and actually gestures to Lord Frederick. Frederick, what say you? What do you know of these? Nebulum is well known in the verses of shady under darkness dealings. What can you offer us? Frederick slowly puts his glass down and shakes his head. That is a very disturbing stereotype. Nebulum is not a common place of dark backroom deals.
Oh, come on.
We are an honest religious people. Our farmers go to church regularly. They work the lands honestly. Our fishermen go out to sea and fish and bring home the fish for everyone else to have. Our people are a good people. We do not deal in darkness as you believe. Yes, we have an information network, of course. All countries do. We're just honest about ours.
Exactly, Reb.
But we have heard of no such things in regards to an shady operation, pulling strings behind the scenes. Our information network is incredibly good, but we have not been watching for some sort of shady organization.
It's not a shady organization.
Surtur actually points towards Frederick. We never mentioned an organization, Frederick. Frederick just gives an honest smile. So quick to throw accusations. Surtur, allow me to enlighten you. In order for an operation to be on a global scale, for one to pull strings in multiple countries, to subtly pull such strings and antagonize and force people to rally their forces, to turn their blades on their neighbors, you would have to have an organization to do so. A small group of, say, a few people could never accomplish such a thing. They'd remain unaccounted for, of course, but they would lack the manpower and the resources to pull such strings. You did not say an organization, but an evil threat that would be capable of doing such that. It's simply logical they would be a shady organization. For what else would you call an organization that operates within darkness and pulls such things? They would be shady by anyone's standards. Treacherous snake. At that, the prince nods again.
Mhm.
So then you have heard of no organization nor no people moving about causing a hubbub of any sorts. No people affecting the morals or the people of these foreign nations. Frederick shakes his head. We have only heard of a group of merchants traveling around, going around and solving problems for others. I hardly consider that an inconvenience. If anything, this merchant company traveling around is an expedition group that we are all well aware of. They've been doing God's work.
Don't you dare, don't you dare take the gods' names in vain. Some bitch.
I mean, you can see a little lightning, go out of the eyes, but I'm like, dude, I already have like, I have to deal with Tulio like from day to day, like.
And he talks about them all the time. Like, oh yeah, the horrible shit.
It's like, let the nibblies talk, because if it gets you, he's already won essentially. Like, he's got a reaction out of you.
Mm-hmm.
So.
The king slowly nods. So then you're saying that the idea that an organization like that could be operating is foolish. He shakes his head. I never said it was foolish. I simply am saying that I know of no such organization, and the only example that I know of that has been doing exactly what has been described has only been doing good for people. I do not wish to throw my new compatriots under the bus. Under the cart, if you will. Shush you. Right then. No need to start turning ourselves against each other with shameless accusations. It is not the reason we are here. We'll be here indefinitely if we continue to do so. Thank you, Frederick. Of course. As a bit of a quiet pulls over the table, Erantir slowly stands up. Well then, as the current conversation has reached its lull, and as I am growing quite tired of maintaining the concentration of the protective barrier, we shall call this a conclusion for now. We will meet again in the morning. You may all leave. The prince nods, stands up, the king does the same. We will reconvene in the upcoming future. They each stare each other in the eyes and slowly reach for their blades before picking them up from the table. Where you see them both sheath them at their sides essentially, and their men essentially go at their sides, and one walks to the left, one walks to the right.
When will one of them stab each other?
Uluru, silence.
You will not silence me, Auntie. They should stab each other. They clearly want to.
See, as the Rantier just face palms, snaps her fingers, and then points at Uluru. No more candy for the night.
What? You can't do that.
Yes, I can. Now come, you need a bath.
You cannot clean Uluru. Uluru is all powerful.
And Uluru is well past her bedtime. Come.
Stupid Auntie.
With that, Irantir pauses, bows to the group, puts her hand atop Uluru's head, turns her around, and makes her bow as well. We will be leaving. Please be civil.
Why must I courtesy?
It is what ladies do. And with that, they leave. Surtur simply stands, pours himself another glass, and remains in the room, essentially. The Earth Mother rises, looks to you, Bub. The Earth Walker does the same.
Good job, Bub. Yes, good job, Bubbert. Same time next day. Yes, same time. Wonderful catching up.
I kind of love them. I love how they're like an old couple from the 1950s
I do a double
movie.
armed wave, but Bub seems conflicted and a little confused.
Centurion will move over, essentially towards the corner, where he just begins watching Surtur like a hawk. Harkon just remains seated. He just grabs some more food from the table, puts it on his plate, and pours himself some more wine, but just remains seated where he is. Everybody's so quick to leave when there's such lovely food on the table. They should have their fill. They make it quite a lot. Lord Frederick slowly stands up and bows to the party. Thank you all for being here, and I hope that you all have a wonderful and pleasant stay within the city of Lunaria. Until we meet again.
You as well, Lord Glacius.
He inclines his head to you and begins to leave. Eleanor sighs audibly. Here I was just expecting someone to stab another one or throw a goblet or something. Come now. They don't have the moxie to throw goblets or stab each other in public.
It's that suitor.
Yep.
Yeah, of course. I think that ended quite well, actually. All things considered. Sir Bob, you were wonderful in that last moment. I really felt everything you were saying. Well done. I'm talking to you. I was saying, Jesus Christ. I was saying, well done, basically, to Bob.
I did well?
You showed, he's like, you stood tall, held your head up, and you spoke from the heart. Let your hearts fire. Breathe out for everyone to hear, and your words reach them. And it may not seem like it now, but that was a very decisive moment.
Bob doesn't seem like completely satisfied when he says, I said what I need to said, but then everybody left after. Isn't that a bad thing?
No. Sometimes we need to mull it over. there's a lot to consider with what you said. It's not every day that we hear of such a situation. And there was the additional accusation of the group that we dealt with. They'll need to consider that too. Time, information, thoughts. They need time to let it soak and sink in. Like a nice glass or a drink. You need to let it age for a little while before it becomes just right. Or like a fruit. It needs to ripen before it can be eaten.
Just don't let it get overripe or it gets rotten.
Aye, which is why it needs to be acted in the right measure. But you did wonder for yourself, Bob. Especially for your first big altercation.
Well, that's good.
Aye. As you did well, Sir Gildas. Excellently added. I couldn't have said it better myself in your situations.
So, I just shrug and say, well, what is said, what needed to be said in the moment.
And that's why I'm happy for you to be here. You do speak what needs to be said in the moment.
Right. So, the king's position has me thinking now, because, well, geographically, these lands are in the same predicament as Reynold, really. And I know full well what a fully militarized country can do. They're in the same position.
Aye. What say you, Lady Eleanor?
Honestly, and I
Yes,
can't
honestly.
believe I'm saying this, I think that Surtur's position is the most appropriate. Oh, really? Why is that, dear girl? Considering how things are, the king, if he approached with simply an open hand, with no other reason, there's still resentments outside of the walls, still resentments towards the Wood Elven people. I don't take this the wrong way, Gildas, Delon, but I understand that King's Landing and the human people can be quite good, but that resentment, I don't expect them not to demand reparations, and if we are in a position of weakness when we ask for peace, we'll be forced to accept them. We've already lost so much because of the wall.
With all due respect, Lady Eleanor, your people act as if the wall was a good thing to be there. I don't think many King's Landing people realize how much that's impacted you. I think you would do very well just showing how much that has.
This is why, if we're going to ask for peace, which I believe is the right thing to do, we must be able to come from a position of strength. It's similar in business. You don't do business from a position of weakness. You don't do business if you're going to lose money on it. Not unless you're purposely losing money just to make more money.
I see where you come from on a tactical mind. But if you did so, would that not be without a hand behind your back? I don't think any good handshake is done with the one hand you cannot see. You might not know what you're holding behind. But I do see your point, and I respect it. Now, if you'll excuse me, there is actually someone I've been meaning to speak with. And the one's going to stand up, and he's actually going to walk to Suitor.
As you approach him, he barely gives you a glance and just continues drinking his brandy. Snacks seems almost about to wave at you, but
Mhm.
physically grabs his hand and slowly pulls it back down.
Hmm. Huh. Lord Suitor, young snacks.
Pearl Dragonborn, trained under Darius.
Oh, curious. Wasn't know you were aware of that.
I wasn't until just tonight. It's the way you walk.
Suppose you can't take the soldier from the night, now can you?
I'd certainly hope not. Lest he ever have been a soldier to begin with.
Hmm. Hmm. Lord Suitor, perhaps we could, at a certain time, I'd like to speak with you on a certain matter, at your convenience, of course.
Speak.
If you're certain. It
Do
is
you wish to speak or not?
as you wish. This brandy, is it yours alone or of the guests all?
It's free to take.
Wonderful. Then I shall partake.
He actually snaps his fingers. Snacks, goblet.
Yes, Lord Suitor.
Snacks reaches into his pack and retrieves a similar brass goblet and quickly puts it on the table, on the cart for you, essentially.
Thank thee, young snacks. I appreciate it.
Snacks is just happy to help.
Indeed. So I will pour the brandy. Your tactics are quite interesting. I see you've done your studying.
I've done more than just study. I've put it into execution, time and time again.
Oh, indeed. Incredulous, in fact. I saw your work with the green drake. Quite clever, in order to have the flanking of the Elven Guards, and your troops to take it. More heavily armored, more damaged, but you would be able to take a frontal assault. Quite brilliant, actually, in such short notice.
Are you done kissing my ass, or are you gonna get to the point?
Fair enough. Your tactics are brutish, but fair, and they are strict. But tactically minded, I only have one real question for you. What do you get out of this?
What do I get out of what?
Oh, come now.
I'm afraid you're gonna have to be more specific, lest I give you a vague answer that you'll just simply ask more questions and waste most of our time.
Fair enough. You are Red Dragonborn. You're here for a reason, as am I. And don't think I didn't notice your poor heartstrings pulling at that moment in time. You have defended the world people. You've done this and that for them. And I'm sure you have. But there's a reason. The Pearl Dragon speaks very highly of the Red Dragon. Very highly. His power, his might, his cunning. I expect no less from one he is deemed Dragonborn. But there's a reason you're here. And I wonder if it's as good intentioned as the one you're giving on. I have reason to doubt that. I think you have something else to prove. That has nothing to do with these people. Mhm.
All men have something to prove. All men do. And it is the authority of the strong to use that strength to protect those who are weaker than themselves.
You're right. It is the duty of strong men to protect the weak. Which is why I've come to my real topic. It's about young Snacks.
Snacks literally looks up.
Huh?
I wish to take him off you.
And why would you do that?
Twofold. Practically minded. I am in Izek. Our company does not currently have a great hunter. I've seen his work long before he was in your company. Saw him in Assyrium. I fought beside him. He was rusty then, but he had a certain ability. Now, and later, I saw him later. He'd improved greatly. Under whose care I believe was Lady Elodius, if I'm not mistaken. She's the Huntress leader. Is that correct, young Snacks?
Snacks looks up to Surtur, who nods. You may speak.
I trained under Eladir.
Just so. That's what I thought. So I've seen her work and she's quite exceptional. But I could not ask someone of such an employee, even if she is good friends of Lady Eleanor. So, I would like to hire upon young Snacks into our entourage. And of course, I come to you seeking permission to do so.
It's the first time one of these people have even come seeking hiring him. It's all arguing he's not property. You can't treat him this way. He's a kobold. I'm not treating him wrong. He's meant to do jobs, hard work. He's meant to serve. Kobolds serve dragons and dragonborn.
I'm not questioning whether or not kobolds are capable of strong work. I work with one. He is an exceptional druid, and he is a young power that will only grow. I believe that young Snacks is also capable of it. The real question between us right now is what kind of work you deem acceptable. I think it's acceptable for him to be a hunter. You seem not so.
Kobolds maintain dragon hordes. They're much more akin to servants or maid staff. They maintain dragon hordes, they catalog inventory, they scrounge and find treasure on the outcroppings of the dragon's territory and bring it back for the dragon's horde. They do so the dragon has no need to himself. It's a waste of his immense time and power to just catalog and overly meticulously sort through his own treasure.
Indeed. I can see that from that perspective. And I will not argue that that is Kobold's initial creation. But
that is what they were made for. It is their duty. For a kobold to believe itself capable of hunting, it'll simply end up dead.
The one glances to Snacks, come back to Surtur. He was alive before you found him.
He was found nearly dead by a wood elven huntress, nursed back to health, and begged to learn how to use the bow. He could barely defend himself, and he had to have others defend him. He went hunting. He went over to the lands of Asterium, nearly would have died in a battle with a giant crystalline minotaur, had not a certain group of individuals interfered. His track record is not very good.
No, but he also hasn't had an excellent teacher.
Oh? Are you implying that that Eladir is a bad teacher?
No, I'm implying that you're a bad teacher, because you're not teaching him. You're making him subservient. You are dominating him. I don't care whether or not, I'll be completely frank with you. I don't care whether or not you believe that is the truest nature of a kobold. Izaka, if you wish to see the quality of a person, you teach them. Or shut up. But you speak of a very specific term. He does not have an excellent track record, but you only give him a certain purpose. So how can he learn if you've never given him the tools?
He has a
grip his pen.
job. It is what he was designed to do. He must do it. To try to do a job that he was not designed for, that he is improperly equipped to do, is foolhardy. To teach one the ability to fight, to wage war, to hunt, while they are scrawny, small, weak, frail, you are simply putting a weapon in a boy's hand and sending them off to die. They never would have stood a chance in the first place. And the cruelest thing you can do is fill their head with dreams of grandeur and tell them they can be a knight. And when they go out, they die. That's a tragedy. And that is cruel. And that is a bad teacher.
I see. Seems to come from personal experience.
I've seen it happen to people. People tend to tell others they have dreams, that they can seek them out, that they can conquer them. Yet they fill their heads with star-struck stories. A farm boy dreams that he can become a mighty general. Don't make me laugh. A farm boy, a general. Nonsense. To become a general, you must first be strong. You must also be tactically minded and intelligent. A farmer can be a great foot soldier. I do not see them ever becoming a soldier. Ever a general.
We should talk about tactics then. You won't listen to the moral of the situation. You've already made the decision on that point. What do you plan on doing with young Snacks?
Currently, he is providing the services that he will continue to provide. He is essentially a squire. He receives no martial training, but he is given food, bed, lodging, protection, and he learns valuable skills that he will then be able to reuse again when he returns home.
Yes, return home. And when is that, out of curiosity?
When we eventually get there.
Now see, that's what I've been really curious about. I've been watching you for a little while, and I've heard stories about the Red Dragon Bone. And I've been puzzling over what's been going on in your mind, and that finally was the last linchpin. You can't go home, can you?
I can return home whenever I see it.
Ooh. But that leads back to my original question. You are after something. Because, as far as I tell it, correct me if I'm wrong, you can't go back to the land of monsters. Can't go that way. No,
I
you'd
could
be
go
imagining
that way.
something.
I have more than enough men to conquer their realm if I wanted. However, that's a waste of resources.
Exactly. You can't go straight down to King's Landing. No, the wall is there, and you'll be surrounded quite quickly, even with your hit-and-run tactics.
Finally, you speak truth. You're right. I cannot go south. We agree on something for once.
That's not true. We already agreed once before. We agreed to share a glass of brandy.
He rolls his eyes, but raises his glass and takes a drink.
The llama will do the same. And then, of course, the last path left is, well, Mysterium. And, well, going forward and all the way to Nebulum. I'm sure it would be a great honor showing back with an army, one kobold.
You're right. Showing up with an entire army would be impressive.
But that leads back to it all, doesn't it? That's not all that you want. You are after something.
And I
So.
find it endlessly amusing seeing you attempting to baffle and puzzle it out of me.
I do enjoy a bit of conversation.
You're like a
But they'll
pup
back-
chasing its tail.
I will bring back to this conversation the young Snacks. I think he would do well in our service.
Do you want to
I think he
hire
would-
him?
In a manner of speaking, yes.
It's a yes or no question. Yes, or in a manner of speaking, which is it?
Delon looks to young Snacks. He's looking to Snacks.
Snacks is looking back, tilting his head to the side.
Yes, I would like to hire young Snacks.
Alright then. What do you want to hire him for?
Huh?
I wish to hire him as in his initial purpose. I wish to have his gear taken with him. I wish to use him as a huntsman. If he cannot do that or meet its manner, then he can be, let's say, equivalent of a carrier, organizer, something of that ilk.
I'll allow you to hire him as a carrier, an organizer of gear, and a tender to arms and munitions. Nothing more.
And his gear.
His gear will be given to you to hold on to until his services have been rendered finished.
I see. And the coin. for this
All
service.
proceeds will go to me.
Just to clarify, basically I'm paying him like a subscription or some crap.
Essentially, you're hiring one of his men. He's a mercenary commander. He's treating Snacks like a member of the mercenary unit, and you're asking to hire one of his men.
Mm-hmm.
That's essentially how it's working. So, because Snacks is a kobold, he doesn't get to keep his pay. So the stipend goes to the leader. So back into the war chest.
I see. This isn't ending very well for me. Realistically speaking, there's really no way to get him without basically paying a fee anyways.
It's the best way you could do it. He's a mercenary commander. And technically speaking, there's nothing... I would say DeLon would probably realize this in the back of his head. There's nothing saying he couldn't have Snacks work as what he wants him to when Surtur's not around. Surtur's literally not going to be there breathing down his shoulder after all.
How much usually to retain? He is a kobold after all.
The wages he gets are paid to me. Snacks will send a monthly stipend of his wage to me, along with a letter detailing his treatment.
Agreed. Enjoy your brandy.
Excellent. But we're not finished. Snacks' going rate is 1 gold per month.
DeLon is going to take a single coin from his pocket. Now, you usually keep change.
Snacks is
actually,
worth
okay.
1 gold?
Yes, Snacks, you're worth 1 gold.
Fuck it. Delon's just gonna be like, here, shut up. He literally just pays like 12 gold.
Alright then. You've currently hired him for a year. Snacks. He actually kneels down to one knee in front of Snacks, turns his head to him, makes him look him dead in the eye. One hand on Snacks' shoulder. Work hard, work good. He's a white dragonborn. He's not as strong or as powerful or as important as myself or the red dragon, but you treat him with respect. He's still a dragonborn. He's your superior officer. And he's also a white dragonborn, which means you're going to be treated well. As long as you work hard, you'll be treated well. Okay?
Okay.
Alright. Remember what I told you. 1 letter, 1 month. Be detailed.
Understood.
He nods at Snacks, ruffles his head a little bit, and shoves him on the back towards you, Delon. He reaches down for the pack, essentially, and lobs it in your direction, Delon.
Answer one-handed. Still holding the glass in the other.
If I hear he's dead, I'll be pissed off, alright?
Delon's actually gonna stare him straight in the eye. And I'm gonna roll charisma. Just cause fuck it, can. Persuasion.
Sounds good.
Oh, critical! But
Nat
failed
20.
at the same time. It was not 20. I did both at the same time. That has to get me something.
It's a nat 20 because you have advantage on persuasion checks because you're a white dragonborn
Okay.
at your
Cool.
current
So
level.
that's a crit. Delon will just stare him in the eye. Completely unfeeling, as if every ounce of King's Landing stems right through him, and the Pearl Dragon will right beside him. He will come to no harm. I will fight with every fiber to make sure he does not. He will be treated with respect and dignity, with the tenets of gallantry, honor, and mercy. And so I am the third son of the Gillimays, Knight of King's Landing. You have my honor on that.
You see him give you a grin and raise a glass, essentially.
Mhm.
I'll hold you to it in your dragon's name, then.
Yours as well. Should I make their acquaintance one day? And I drink it down.
You can keep the glass.
Souvenir, perhaps.
Do with it as you please.
You know, Lord Suda, perhaps one day we will be toasting each other again for better occasions.
Wouldn't that be a laugh?
It would. Until then, he nods and walks his way.
Snacks basically walks right after you. His head bobbing up and down like a muppet the entire time.
Huzzah. Go on, take a seat. Sorry about all that.
Snacks jumps up on the chair, but stays standing on the chair essentially.
It's fine. Snacks is just happy to be here.
I'd like to welcome, Lady Eleanor, forgive me. I'd like to welcome our newest compatriot.
Oh, have we met? Hello, I am Snacks.
Ah, the Woods of Asterium.
Yes, you stole my kill. I believe Bub stole your kill. That's right.
Credit.
Snacks jumps
Yeah.
off the chair, runs over, and jumps on the back of your chair, Bub. He pokes you on top of the head.
You stole my kill. Do you still have the rocks?
We do? We made it to an armor, didn't we?
You did make it into an armor.
The leftover rocks are still in the tree. He just shoved into a bag.
Actually, I'll just point to Eno's necklace.
That's right.
Still some left here.
I see. It has been turned into weapon. Good. Trophies are what those are for.
He'll be joining us for the foreseeable future. I
Hello.
just paid him his wage.
Are you technically my boss man?
He's looking directly into your eyes from on top of your chair, Bub. He's literally like arced over you, looking into your eyes upside down.
Bob at many things. Bub is king of police station.
Bub, you're muted.
Mm-hmm. What's up?
You have a kobold literally standing on the back of your chair. He is currently standing over you, his head arched upside down to look you in the eyes, and he's asking if you're technically his boss man.
Yeah. Do I recognize?
Oh, you do. You bumped into this kobold once before, a while back. He is Snacks, a red kobold.
Oh yeah, I remember him.
He's not part of our crew. I bought him
Delon
for
paid 12 gold to hire him for a year.
Snacks, what are you doing here?
I have been hired. 1 gold per month. Snacks is worth 1 gold. That's a lot.
Indeed, it is.
Who hired you?
Oh my god.
Shiny white man.
Oh, yes, I am your boss.
Okay.
And he just hops off the back of your chair, looks up at you, and extends his hand.
Nice to meet you, boss man. Sorry for getting on chair.
Yeah, I'll shake his hand.
Snacks can't wait to do all kinds of jobs.
Indeed.
Finally, somebody gets it.
Harkin, while deep into his book, you hear him pipe in Maud simply say, 2 kobolds are better than 1.
That's right. How did you know that proverb?
Ancient dragon proverb.
2 kobolds are better than 1. My backup character is actually 2 kobolds.
2 kobolds in a trench coat.
But yeah, Delon will glance to both Gilbus and Eleanor. He'll at first go to Bummy. I'm glad you two are getting along. It's good to know. And for the foreseeable future, we'll dock 12 coins of my personal fund, not from the expedition.
Then that means he's your man, I suppose. If it's not from the group's war coffer, then that means that he's technically your man specifically.
For now, yes, he will be in our care. Delon pats Snacks on the head and goes, "And I will take care of you. Rest assured."
Thank you. Though Snacks is...
Yes.
He eyes Surtur, who's eyeing the whole conversation out of the corner of his eye.
Snacks is hard worker.
Indeed. I know. I'm sure you are, and you'll prove it.
Well, if you ask me, that's 12 gold too much going in his pockets. What can you do?
No, honestly. He's like, Talon actually leans forward and says in a whisper, with all due respect, Gilbus, I think I talked him down quite a steep sum already. Can't imagine how difficult it is for a dragonborn to let go of a kobold.
No, I understand. It's just.
Snacks hops off his chair, comes around to you, Gildos, and tugs on your clothes.
Do you think Snacks isn't worth 1 gold?
I'm not saying anything about that. You're worth as much as you think you are.
Snacks is worth dragon weight in gold.
Surtur, you just hear Surtur laugh from across the room.
Well, then
Aye.
if you're worth that much, then I'll leave it to you to show us.
Snacks is hard worker.
Sure you are. I'm sure you are.
Snacks does a rather sloppy salute, and literally runs under the table, then hops into his chair. The chair nearly tips over. He grabs the table with 2 claws and pulls himself and the chair back upright.
It's like, so just like, it's your problem now.
Basically. But alrighty. As you're relaxing at the dinner table, we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up here. Thank you all for tuning in for this rather heated and tense political discussion of a session, and we'll see you all next time. Bye-bye.